Let the room be dim and kind. If you like, lie down and place one hand on your belly. Inhale slowly through the nose and exhale like a small tide returning to sea. Tonight we'll wander through simple Zen stories, short paths through quiet forests, moonlit courtyards, and steaming tea. There is nothing to solve, nothing to chase, only breathing, listening, and letting the day soften at the edges. If a story blurs, that's perfect. Your body knows how to rest. Let these scenes arrive like gentle waves, and let them fade the same way. You are safe. You are enough. You can rest now. The temple rests where the last garden walls of the village give way to the first trees of the hill. From the path, you can see how the evening gathers, violet at the horizon, blue overhead, and a quiet pearl color lingering on the eaves. The wooden door slides with a soft sigh that sounds like a long exhale, and the caretaker steps out with his broom. The broom is simple, a bundle of twigs bound to a smooth handle, worn by years of hands. He places both palms around the handle, bows to the courtyard as if greeting an old friend, and then begins. Each stroke whispers across the stones. Each stroke is a breath. You can almost smell the cedar boards that frame the walkway, sun-warmed all day and now releasing a clean, sweet scent into the cooling air. There is a thread of incense left from the afternoon service, a distant ribbon of smoke that has lost its shape and kept only its fragrance. A cricket tries a few notes, then waits, as if asking permission from the evening. Somewhere, a ladle touches the rim of a water basin and makes a tiny silver bell of sound that fades at once. The caretaker pauses and listens, and you can see the pause in his shoulders, the way his whole body agrees to be still. Then he resumes sweeping, bristles combing the ground with patient music. A child comes along the path, barefoot where the dust is soft. She stops by the gate and watches the slow choreography. "Why do you sweep if more leaves will fall?" she asks, not challenging, just curious in the way evening itself is curious, open-eyed and gentle. The caretaker smiles without stopping. "Because right now, the ground is here," he says, guiding the broom along the edge of a stepping stone. "And the broom is here, and I am here." He releases a breath that seems to carry the day out of his chest. This is enough. He does not hurry a single line of leaves. He lets them gather like small brown boats docking in a tidy harbour. You can hear the soft hush of the bristles moving, a hush that feels like waves turning over pebbles a world away. The child nods as if she understands, and also as if she doesn't, which is perfect. She leans her head against the gatepost. The wood is cool. The world is untying its knots. The sky deepens, and with it the edges of things soften. The straightness of the roofline, the corners of the stepping stones, the borders of thought. A wind comes down from the hill and plays with a paper lantern that hangs beneath the eaves. It lifts and settles, the way a sleeping chest lifts and settles. Inside the temple, the last of the day's warmth lingers like tea left in a cup after the guest has gone. The caretaker finishes one square of the courtyard and moves to the next, not as a taskmaster, but like a reader turning a page he loves. A bell hangs under the porch beam. It is not rung, yet the evening has a bell-like quality, round, resonant, inviting. The child still at the gate asks, "And tomorrow?" The caretaker looks up, eyes kind. "Tomorrow will be tomorrow," he says, and the words fall to the ground like feathers. "Tonight is tonight." A sparrow lands on the low stone basin and dips its beak. The water trembles, holds the tiny sky, and settles again. The caretaker's broom passes, and when a leaf catches on a crack between stones, he does not tug. He waits, then lifts, then guides it free. The patience of it relaxes the whole courtyard. It relaxes the hill. It reaches, without effort, toward you. Your jaw can loosen. Your shoulders can drop a little. If you like, let your breath lengthen by the width of a leaf. In, easy and quiet, and out, long and unhurried. The evening is doing most of the work. You may simply allow it. From the temple interior, the scent of tatami lifts, straw and sun, and the memory of sandals placed neatly side by side. The caretaker steps inside for a moment and returns with a small folded cloth. He wipes the handrail as if polishing a mirror, but his touch is so light, it feels like a blessing more than a cleaning. He is not fixing anything, he is meeting it. A moth appears, not frantic, just drifting in slow circles, and the caretaker cups his hand, offers the night like a door. The moth accepts and dissolves into darkness, which is not loss, but home. The child's grandmother approaches, a wicker basket on her arm, the faint song of her bangles barely audible. She bows to the caretaker, to the child, to the evening. It is a good dusk, she says, and you can hear the truth in it the way you can hear a stream under stones. Good not because of any particular thing, but because everything is exactly as it is. She sits on the step with a small sigh the wood understands perfectly. Will you sweep again when the moon rises? The child asks. The caretaker smiles. When the moon rises, the moon will sweep. He points to the pale disk beginning to show in the east. And indeed, light is already brushing across the courtyard, laying soft silver paths between the stones, tucking shadows into the corners like a careful parent. There is a rope that hangs beside the bell. The caretaker takes it in his hand, not to ring but to feel the fibres. He closes his eyes for a breath. In that single pause, the crickets find their rhythm. A dog in the village calls to another dog and is answered once. Then silence returns, as if the conversation were complete. Far off, a cartwheel murmurs down the road and then fades, swallowed by the fields. The caretaker begins to gather the small boats of leaves. He folds them into a basket with the same attention he would give to a letter from a friend. He does not make a show of reverence. He simply moves as if there is no reason not to. The child watches, then begins to help, small hands quick but careful. When a leaf tears, she winces. It is all right, he says. The leaf knows how to be leaf, whole or torn. The child breathes again. A cloud glides across the face of the moon, and for a moment the courtyard is dim, then brighter again. Your body can follow this, softening, then softening more. The breath you take now can be the easiest one of the day. Let it slide in like cool water poured on warm stone. Let it pour out like a quiet river round a bend. There is nothing you must hold together. The yard, the hill, the sky, everything is holding itself. A bamboo chime, nearly still all afternoon, taps against its neighbour. One note only, then rest. It feels like a reminder from the world that a single sound is enough. A single breeze is enough. A single breath, this one, is enough. The caretaker sets the broom down with the respect one gives to a companion, and for a while he does nothing that can be named. He watches the air move through a pine. He watches a shadow bend and straighten as the lantern nods. He watches the surface of the water in the basin recover from a small disturbance and become glass again. The grandmother hums a song without words, something she may have learned from her own grandmother, something that sounds like a lullaby built out of the vowels of night. The child's eyes drift and return, like small boats deciding which shore to choose. It's time, the grandmother whispers, and the child nods, not in agreement with a rule, but in harmony with the hour. She bows toward the caretaker, a bow so natural it is almost a yawn, and the caretaker bows back, his hands lightly pressed together, his head inclined as if listening to a secret told by a leaf. They go, footsteps soft on the path, and the temple receives their absence as gently as it received their presence. The courtyard now holds a little more night. The air is a shade cooler, the stones a shade darker, the peace a shade deeper. The caretaker takes up a small ladle and pours water across the threshold, a thin, shining arc that gathers dust and then disappears into the ground. Thank you, he says, to the day, to the work, to the broom, to the leaves for falling and for letting themselves be gathered. He hangs the broom by the door and runs his thumb along the grain of the handle one last time. He slides the door open and steps inside. The inner room is dim, the kind of dimness that knows your name and never calls you too loudly. He lights a single candle. The flame settles, a tiny sun that doesn't rise or set, just rests in the bowl of its own light. The caretaker kneels and places his palms on the floor. He bows, not from obligation, but as a way of aligning his back with the quiet that exists, whether he bows or not. Outside, the lantern sways once more and then is still. The courtyard is impeccable in its imperfection. One or two leaves that escaped the broom, a pattern of shadows that will not repeat, a moth somewhere learning the alphabet of night. The bell remains silent, and in its silence, everything rings. A fox passes beyond the wall, unseen and unhurried, leaving only the suggestion of movement in the grass. And the moon, having decided to stay, lays its calm hand over the roof and the path and the basin and the broom. If you like, you can picture yourself standing just inside the gate, the wood cool at your back, the temple before you like a slow breath. Let the stones underfoot be steady. Let the scent of cedar be the softest blanket. Let your eyes grow heavy the way the lantern grows still, gradually, naturally, kindly. There is no need to remember the whole scene. It will remember you. The night has room for your rest. The temple has room for your rest. The caretaker has already done the work, and the work was only to be here. The candle inside gutters once, twice, and holds. The door slides, not to shut the world out, but to complete the circle of the evening. In the space that follows, the crickets make their patient thread of sound, weaving the courtyard to the hill to the sky to you. Your breath goes in and comes out, in and out, like a broom crossing a path cleared for it long before you arrived. When you are ready, you don't have to be ready. The night will carry you, as it carries leaves and lantern light, and the quiet thoughts of a caretaker who lets things be. And as the temple settles into itself, you settle too, gathered by a peace so ordinary, it feels like coming home. The path to the teacher's room is narrow and clean, lined with smooth stones that remember many feet and many evenings. A light rain has just passed. leaving the pine needles dark and fragrant. You can hear a kettle somewhere, its voice soft and rising, as if the water is discovering a song it has known all its life. The door slides open with a hush, and you step into a room that feels like a steady breath. Tatami underfoot, a low table, a window framing a square of deepening sky. The teacher bows. You bow. The rain resumes for a moment, a few gentle drops tapping the eaves, then rests again. The teacher gestures for you to sit. He moves with the patience of a tree remembering spring, each gesture finished and unhurried. He lifts a clay teapot, rounded and plain, the glaze the colour of river stones. 2 cups wait on a tray, white as small moons. Steam threads up from the spout and disappears into the room, leaving a warmth that doesn't ask for attention. You notice the smell, clean, green, a little sweet. You feel the way the room invites your shoulders to settle and your jaw to unclench. Your breath tumbles in, then lengthens on the way out, like a ribbon let loose in the wind. Words crowd the edge of your mind. Questions, arguments, the stack of worries you brought as proof of your seriousness. The teacher pause. You hear the water touch porcelain, a soft, friendly sound. The first cup fills, then the second, and still the teacher pours. A thin amber stream that rises, rounds, and spills over the rim, finding the saucer, the tray, the table, the floor. Stop, you say without thinking, your hand half lifted. It's overflowing. The teacher sets the kettle down. He meets your eyes the way ocean meets shore, arriving, retreating, leaving no dent. Like this cup, he says quietly, you are full of your own ideas. How can I pour anything in? The words are simple, without heat or judgment. You look at the surface of the tea, a bright circle holding a perfect little sky, and then at the tea that has overflowed, no longer circular, just shining wherever it has landed, moving toward the floor in slow, curved lines. The teacher takes a cloth and wipes the spill. He does not fuss. He doesn't blame the cup, the kettle, the hand that poured, or the table that stood where tables always stand. He simply wipes, the small, practical kindness that sets the world right again. He places a fresh saucer beneath your cup and folds the cloth, corners meeting corners. The kettle hums a little, then quiets, the way a child settles after being held. You feel yourself imitate that settling without being asked. Please, you hear yourself say, softer now. Empty me. The teacher nods, as if you've told him a story he's heard before, a good story that deserves to be heard again. He lifts your cup and tilts it over the bowl. The tea streams away, a pretty ribbon of brown gold. He sets the cup down again, empty now, light now, a small white moon waiting for night. There is a kind of empty that is ready, he says, and a kind of full that is restless. You look at the cup and notice what you rarely notice, how the space inside is the real gift. Without the hollow, it would be a stone. With it, it can receive warmth, scent, comfort. You notice your own chest in the same way. When you breathe in, a gentle enlargement. When you breathe out, a gentle release. For a few breaths, you let the world be as simple as that. In and out, in and out. Each exhale makes a little more room where the day can set itself down. The teacher does not rush to fill the cup again. He sits with you in the quiet, in the clean fragrance of tea and rain, letting the empty be empty. If thoughts arrive, You watch them like steam, visible for a second, then gone. A memory tries to stay. It thins and disappears. A plan knocks politely. You bow to it and let it wait outside. Your forehead softens. The back of your tongue relaxes. The bed beneath you seems to remember your weight, even if you are not in it yet, and that remembering travels up through your bones. After a time that has no edge, the teacher lifts the kettle. He pours again, and this time the tea swirls into the cup without anxiety, without climbing past the rim, without needing to prove anything. The cup holds exactly what it can hold. Nothing more is required. The surface goes still. A tiny reflection of the window sits in the tea, trembling for a breath, then steady. "Try," he says. You wrap both hands around the cup. It is warm but not hot, the kind of warmth that agrees with your body, the way a shawl agrees with evening. You bring the cup close and breathe the scent before you drink. It is grassy, a little nutty, a promise of calm, and the promise is kept at once because you are breathing it. You sip. The taste arrives and is gone, leaving a clear trail. Your spine, without instruction, lengthens by the width of a smile. The teacher sips too, and for a while the room is just two people and a kettle, and the sound of rain remembering and forgetting itself. Emptying is not erasing, the teacher says, as if continuing a conversation you began long ago. It is making space. When you put down your bundles, you do not lose your hands. You use them. He lifts his palm, turns it, opens it, closes it. The cup does not become less of a cup when it is empty. It becomes capable. He sets his hand on the table. So does the mind. You think of the bundles you carried in, the sharp one with worry inside, the heavy one tied with string that keeps loosening, the one that whispers what you should have said, the one that argues cases long after the court has closed. You set them down, one by one, not to abandon them in the rain, but to let them dry and be quiet. There is a corner by the door that seems made for such bundles. The room grows a little larger each time you release another. Your next inhale finds more room. Your next exhale lingers as if it, too, wanted to stay. The teacher refills your cup when it asks without words. He notices before you do, the way he notices the first light at dawn and the last thread of incense at dusk. When you are full of yourself, he says, the world cannot visit. When you make space, the world sits with you and shares its fruit. He does not say this as a lesson to memorize, but as weather to open a window to. Tonight, let the window be open. You look at the window. Rain has stopped for now, and the square of sky is a deeper blue, a blue that is almost a sound. A branch moves, then becomes still. Somewhere far away a gate closes and two voices laugh once softly, like people glad for a dry roof. Your body knows it is safe. The bed that is waiting for you somewhere beyond this room knows your shape. The pillow has already turned toward you, already practicing the art of holding without asking questions. Drink clouds, the teacher says with a small smile. And you do. The tea is cloud and leaf and mountain and field, gathered and offered back to you by water. You let it move through your mouth slowly, noticing how the flavor appears and recedes, how it reaches the back of the tongue and disappears into warmth. You follow that warmth down, past the throat, into the chest, where it spreads and takes off its shoes. Your breath welcomes it like a host who has finally learned there is no need to impress a guest. There are stories you could tell now, about the day, about the person who said a sharp thing, about the errands that multiplied like fish, about the small success you forgot to celebrate. The stories have their own momentum, but tonight, momentum is not required. The teacher places both hands around his cup, and you imitate him, feeling the palms remember heat, feeling the fingers soften around roundness. The mind likes to run, the hand likes to hold. Slowly, the mind remembers holding too. People think empty means nothing, the teacher says after a time. But this cup is empty only of tea. It is full of air, full of space, full of the ability to receive. He lifts your cup and turns it slowly, so you can see the curve, the lip, the hollow that makes it useful. And whenever we empty a little, of rushing, of clinging, of I already know, we do not become less. We become available. You imagine your thoughts like tea that rose too high, overflowed, and ran across surfaces that did not need to be wet. You imagine the cloth that makes it right again, a cloth woven of breath and patience. With one inhale, you draw the cloth across the table. With one exhale, you wring it gently over the bowl. Again, inhale, a simple wipe. Exhale, a simple twist. The mess is no sin. It is just what happens when pouring is not watched. And now it is watched. The kettle quiets to a contented hush. The teacher places a small sweet beside your cup, a thin slice of pear with the cool of the tree still inside it. You taste it and think, without words, how often sweetness hides in plain things. You think of sleep that way, not a performance, not a prize, but a plain gift that arrives when the room is ready. You notice how your breath has been preparing the room without announcement. You notice the heavy furniture of longing and comparing and analyzing has been moved to the wall, leaving the floor open for rest. There is a bell between breaths, the teacher says, a soft ringing where the body knows it is safe. You listen. You don't hear a bell, and yet you feel what he means, the tiny silence after exhale, the tiny quiet before inhale. They are not gaps to cross. They are places to sit. You sit there for 2 heartbeats, then 3. Then you forget to count, and it's better that way. Thunder murmurs far away like a story someone is telling to someone else. The teacher stands and opens the door a hand's width to let the night in. Cool air carries a scent of wet earth. A moth explores the edge of the frame, changes its mind and continues its journey elsewhere. The teacher closes the door again. The room remains simple and kind, like a friend who knows not to talk just now. You ask, because it rises naturally, how do I keep it empty? The teacher's smile is the smallest weather change. You don't keep emptiness. You notice fullness. When you notice, you pour a little out, into kindness, into the ground, into a journal, into the sky. The cup doesn't hoard space, it keeps making it. He takes your cup once more and tilts it to show you the last sip, gathered like a small moon at the bottom. This part is for the night, he says. He pours it into the bowl with the others. The tea now a new thing, a quiet pond, catching light. And this part is for you. He sets the empty cup before you, not as a lack but as a promise. The promise hums in the air between you, in the wood of the table, in the approach of sleep. When you stand, the room does not resist. It bows with you. The teacher bows also, not to send you away, but to accompany you to the place where the next quiet begins. The hallway is a single breath long. The stones are a single breath wide. Night meets your face like a familiar hand. The rain is resting again, the way you will soon rest, and the eaves keep a small rhythm for you to walk by. Each step is a foot placing a thought on the ground and leaving it there. Each step is a saying thank you without words. You imagine the cup of your mind even now, the way it sits empty in the teacher's room, collecting nothing and being useful anyway, simply by being ready. You imagine the sky above you as a larger cup, the moon as a kind of tea, light steeped in darkness. You imagine the kettle as your breath, steady, warm, lending its quiet song to the house. As you picture these things, they dissolve, leaving only the warmth that gave rise to them. When you find your bed, you do so as if taking your seat at the low table again. You bow a little inside, because the bed is a teacher too. The sheets feel cool, then warm. The pillow gives way, then holds. If there are thoughts, they pour to the edges, and off, the way tea finds the saucer and is wiped, gently, without judgment. If there is a feeling, it is welcomed like steam, visible for a moment, noticed, allowed to vanish. Your breath continues the simple, ordinary ceremony that requires no knowledge. In and out. In and out. A lengthening here, a softening there, the small bell between breaths ringing so quietly that the whole room leans closer to hear. Somewhere, the teacher is cleaning the cups, drying them with the same folded cloth, stacking them so their hollow spaces protect one another. He is placing the kettle back on its stand and turning the flame low, not off, because the world will ask for tea again in the morning, and the morning will deserve it. He is leaving one cup out on the tray, empty and bright, so that even in the dark, the room remembers what it is for. You lie there, and the night does the rest. The day that overflowed has thinned to a sheen and evaporated. The mind that rushed has slowed to a walk, then to a stroll, then to standing still at an open window. The heart that gripped has learned how to hold without squeezing, and the cup, yours, simple and strong, waits without waiting, empty enough that sleep can pour itself in, quietly, naturally, filling exactly to the brim and not one drop more. The storm had been building all afternoon, first as a heavy stillness that made the crows fall quiet, then as a breath of wind that touched the bamboo and withdrew, and finally as a low grumble that rolled out of the hills and pressed the air flat. By the time the villagers gathered, the temple lanterns were already lit and the steps were shiny with the first edge of rain. The young woman stood near the front, small inside an oversized cloak, eyes fixed on the knot of rope around the bell. Someone spoke for her, words coming fast and hot, and people repeated them as if passing buckets at a fire. When the accusation reached the old teacher, he looked up the way one looks at clouds arriving, attentive, unsurprised. "Is that so?" he said, voice easy as a hand on a door. He did not defend, deny, calculate. He did not even step back when a man thrust the bundled baby forward, the cloth wet at the corners, the tiny face scrunched and fierce with the complicated work of living. The teacher simply opened his arms as you might open a window, not to trap the air, only to let it through. He took the child and bowed to the villagers, a bow neither high nor low, and the crowd loosened in confusion. There was muttering. A broom knocked against a post. Lightning flared somewhere behind the hills. The young woman, still small in her cloak, pressed her mouth tight and stared at the ground. Then the storm opened its mouth and rain uncurled from the sky, making talk impossible. The villagers turned their collars up and drifted away, some triumphant, some uneasy, all thinned by water and darkness. Inside, the temple smelled of wet cedar and old straw. The teacher found a clean cloth, a small bowl, a thin blanket sun-warmed earlier and saved for cool nights. His hands moved without hurry, memory guiding them. Warm water in the bowl, a steady palm beneath the baby's head, the soft murmur people use when their words are not needed. The child's hungry sound became more detailed, then softened to the regular sigh of a tiny bellows. He watched the little fingers open and close, like petals learning daylight. He watched the rain draw secret lines down the paper window. He watched his own breath arrive and leave, and when he noticed himself watching it, he smiled. If you like, feel your own breath now. In, arriving as steadily as rain finds roofs. Out, leaving like water sliding from the eaves. The body knows this weather. Let it rest in that knowing. In the days that followed, the village was loud in quiet ways. Doors left open a heartbeat longer to share comments with passing neighbours. Laundry lines that sagged under the weight of opinions. Market stalls where vegetables and rumours were weighed in equal portions. Some came to the temple angry, ready to see shame and write it in ink. Others came curious, ready to see a crack in a reputation and insert a finger. The teacher poured tea, changed cloths, warmed milk, and said very little. Is that so? Was enough when a man demanded he confess. Is that so? Was also enough when a girl asked if the baby's hair would be dark or light. The phrase landed the same way a leaf lands, with no argument and with perfect accuracy. Night discovered a new rhythm. The temple bell, which once marked hours for meditation, now learned smaller times. The baby's soft protests, the sudden silence afterward, the thin ribbon of breathing, the tiny hiccup that meant sleep would arrive again. The teacher walked with the child held against his chest, feeling the heartbeat flicker like a moth under his palm. He hummed without melody, a low, even sound that seemed to belong to the beams themselves, and the baby's face unclenched by increments. When the child's fists finally let go of the air, the teacher would sit and watch the moon walk slowly across the floorboards. Sometimes the moonlight reached the baby's cheek and stayed there as if it had found its work for the night. On mornings, neighbours brought small offerings, rice, a jar of barley, goat's milk still warm from the udder, a bundle of herbs that smelled like a field after rain. An old carpenter left a tiny carved rattle with a hole for a string. A young boy, cheeks red with importance, delivered a folded paper crane and explained gravely that it would teach the baby to fly. The teacher accepted everything with the equal bull he gave to the accusations. He washed the gifts. He washed the words stuck to them. He fed the child. He thanked the boy. He placed the crane where light could catch its white wings and make a simple miracle of shadow on the wall. When the baby cried with a pain that had no cause but the body's insistence on growing, the teacher carried him out to the covered walkway where the rain could be seen but not felt. He walked slow loops, his steps measuring the length of the corridor and the width of compassion. He named the sounds. This one is hunger. This one is wind in the belly. This one is just because. He noticed his mind wanting to decide, to be certain, to finish the puzzle. He noticed the wanting, let it step aside, and felt the baby's body answer more easily to the quiet that replaced it. If you like, when your thoughts press for certainty, let them step aside too, like guests who have already eaten and can stroll in the garden while the kitchen rests. The seasons turned with the regular mystery of a wheel that always surprises, even though it never changes. Spring loosened the smell of soil. Summer strung cicadas between trees like a constant thread of music. Autumn combed the mountain grasses into soft fur, and winter brought breath you could see. The baby learned the world by mouth and hand and cry and quiet. He laughed for the first time at the sound of a ladle knocking the basin, a small clear laugh that made the teacher's heart perform a trick it had not known in years. It opened and opened again. The faint lines around the old man's eyes learned a new direction. In the village, the story did what stories do. It travelled, gathered burrs, dropped a few, picked up others. Some people wanted a villain, some wanted a saint, some wanted both, so they could argue comfortably through the winter. The young woman who had named the teacher kept her eyes low and worked as if there was fire under her tasks. She carried silence the way others carried baskets. Bent, efficient, purposeful. Sometimes she faltered and had to sit. Then she stood and continued. The teacher saw her once near the market, a turn of her head all he recognized before she disappeared between woven hats and hanging fish. He bowed to the air where she had been and bought pears. He fed a soft slice to a soft mouth and watched the juice brighten a soft chin. There were days the temple felt more like a cottage, and nights when the world seemed to shrink to the width of a blanket. The teacher discovered how the day's teachings could be held in a single, ordinary act. Folding cloth with attention, rubbing a little oil into a dry heel, listening to a cry without flinching. The cry, he learned, was only the sound of a request spoken from a body that did not yet have words. In time, he learned which requests could be answered with motion, which with warmth, which with stillness. He learned to say with his hands what language would complicate. A year passed like a deep breath. In with the child's arrival, out with the village's chatter. On a late afternoon, when the fields flashed with dragonflies and the sun thought about setting but had not committed, a small figure arrived at the temple gate. The young woman's cloak was better fitted now. Her face was thinner, the bones more declarative. She did not look like someone ready to speak. She looked like someone who had been spoken to from inside and had finally answered. Behind her stood a young man. His head bowed so low, the brim of his hat might have been trying to touch the ground. They waited longer than they had to, as if the waiting were part of the bow. The teacher stepped out with the child on his hip. The baby turned at the sound of footsteps and reached without hesitation, the way water reaches downhill. The young woman's mouth trembled and then steeled itself into courtesy. She bowed until the top of her head was a small, dark circle, and words found their way out, clipped and careful. Apology, mistake, fear, father. The man behind her said nothing, but his shoulders confessed with each breath. He lifted a wrapped parcel with both hands, a gift for a wrong that could not be measured in cakes or cloth. The baby, uninterested in the larger currents that move human hearts, saw only a familiar shape and a pair of hands that had made a home. He leaned toward the teacher, and then toward the woman, and then back, a tide with no shore yet chosen. "Is that so?" the teacher said. He did not make the phrase into a question or an absolution. He simply placed it between them, as one places a mat for tired travellers. He held the baby a moment longer, long enough to complete an invisible circle he had been drawing each night around this small life, a circle of warm milk, of steady song, of breath that did not hurry. Then he placed the child into the woman's arms. She held him as if holding a flame that could burn and could also light the world. The man lifted his head just enough for the teacher to see eyes swollen with the kind of truth that costs. There were more words, because people are people, forgiveness spoken without grandeur, arrangements about milk and cloth, the mention of a midwife who had known and kept quiet, the way some stones do. The teacher's answers were simple and few. He accepted the parcel and set it aside with the same attention he had given to barley and pears. He did not untie it yet. He bowed to the young woman, not for bringing shame or for removing it, but for standing where she stood now. He bowed to the man, not for guilt or sorrow, but for the spine that had learned how to bend. He bowed to the child, whose small mouth had taught the temple new prayers. When they left, the air felt larger. The room felt both emptier and more full. The teacher sat on the step where the sun had left a last warmth and listened to the day go out of the fields. The absence of the baby's breath against his chest was an ache and a gift, a bell taken down, silence ringing on. He let his hands rest open on his knees. If you like, let your hands rest open too, as if you are not holding anything, and also holding everything that matters. He slept deeply that night. The moon climbed the roof and gazed in through the high window like an old friend checking on the house. Crickets sewed long, even stitches through the darkness. In the middle hours, he woke to a quiet that had different edges now, and realized it had always been this way. Only now he noticed the shape. He walked once around the room, not because he needed to, but because walking was another way to bow to space. He touched the place where the cradle had been, and the place where the cloth had hung, and the corner where the paper crane still caught light. He whispered, "Thank you," to the work that had ended, and to the work that would return tomorrow with new clothes. In the days after, villagers came again, hands empty now, mouths practiced in apology. They were precise and clumsy by turns. Some cried, some tried humour. Each brought his or her own way of asking to be unburdened. The teacher listened and let their words empty themselves like cups. When they were done, he did not pour anything back in. He simply said, "Is that so?" And in the space after the phrase, they found their own breath, which had been waiting for a chance to rejoin them. He cleaned the temple as he had always done, sweeping leaves that would fall again, polishing wood that would dull again, lighting incense that would become invisible sweetness. He prepared tea for those who arrived and let the steam be the teaching. He sat when sitting was called for and walked when walking was called for. He watched the sky put on its endless costumes and did not ask for the name of any colour. He took up his brush and practiced characters on scrap paper, not to display them, but to feel how ink finds fibre and decides together how to be dark. At the market, he saw the young woman once more. The child, heavier now and full of opinions, leaned away from her shoulder toward a basket of plums. The teacher passed close enough to smell sun on hair and milk on breath. The woman looked up, and for a moment the world removed all furniture. No history, no role, no village. She bowed, and he bowed, and the child laughed at the way two people make the air move with their heads. It was enough. If the mind wants to make a banner out of the phrase and march with it, it can. But tonight, it can also be a small stone placed beside a path, something the foot feels and adjusts to without looking down. When blame comes, is that so? When praise comes, is that so? When sleep approaches like rain in summer, first a thread, then a curtain, then a soft continuous forgetting, you can meet it the same way, without grabbing, without resisting. Let breath arrive, let breath leave. Clouds accuse and apologize and reform. The mountain remains, not proud, not stubborn, simply itself. The teacher grew older, the way trees do. Outside lines deepening, inside rings lengthening. He did not tell the story of the baby unless asked. When asked, he told it the way one describes weather. This happened, then it cleared. He did not offer morals that could be stitched to a wall. He offered tea, or silence, or the broom's whisper across stone, and most people found what they needed inside those smaller gifts. On the rare evening when he sat alone, and the temple felt like a bell with no striker, he would remember the weight of a small head on his forearm, and the way the moon made a white meadow on the floor, and the simple miracle of a body that had learned to breathe without instruction. He would say quietly to no one and to everything, "Is that so?" and hear the world answer back by continuing to be what it is. Now, as your own room darkens and softens, you can let that answer be enough. Things will be said. Things will be unsaid. Storms will gather. Storms will spend themselves. A child will cry. A child will sleep. The heart will open. The heart will open again. Your breath, steady as a hand on a door, arrives, leaves, arrives, leaves. You do not need to take sides against the weather. You can rest like the mountain under it, its broad back warmed by whatever light remains. And if a thought knocks late, you can meet it the way the teacher met a village, a season, a life, with a single gentle phrase that opens everything and closes nothing. Is that so? The road had turned to a ribbon of brown silk after the rain, soft and giving underfoot. Mist still clung to the low bamboo and rose in patient fronds from the ditches. Two monks walked there, sandals dark with water, robes lifting and settling around their legs like slow waves. The younger one kept his gaze on the path, taking care with each step, setting the heel and then the ball of the foot as he had been taught. The elder walked as if the ground itself was guiding him, shoulders loose, eyes open to everything without clinging to anything. The flash of a dragonfly, the croak of a satisfied frog deep in the reeds, the way droplets jeweled the tips of rice shoots and then slid down, disappearing back into green. They reached the river where the road vanished into water. It had swollen past its usual banks, brown with silt, hurrying, but not raging. A wooden sign leaned at an angle, painted characters softened by years of rain. Cross with care. The ferry rope had snapped earlier, trailing like a strand of hair along the opposite bank, and no boatman had yet returned with the spare. The current made a low voice, steady and persuasive. On the near bank stood a woman wrapped in travelling clothes that had gathered the day's weather and the roads dust. Her shoes were not meant for this. Thin soles, neat stitching, the kind of work you bring to a city. She watched the river as if it were a conversation she could not enter. The elder monk lifted a hand in greeting that was almost a bow. The younger stopped a step behind, silent, reading her face. "May I help you?" the elder asked, his voice in tune with the river's register. "I must reach the other side," she said, and gestured upriver where smoke smudged the horizon. "My mother is ill. The ferry, it is gone." She looked at the water, then at her shoes, then at the broad muddy slope that would swallow them both. She did not weep. She did not ask. She simply stood at the edge of what she could not cross. The elder stepped into the water and tested it with his calf, then his knee. Satisfied, he turned and without ceremony knelt. "Climb onto my back," he said, as if he were inviting her to step over a puddle. The younger monk's breath caught, a small bird trapped beneath his ribs. He remembered rules, lines drawn so that the heart would not wander into places where it might lose itself. The words of those rules rose like stones in his mouth. He did not speak them. He held them there and watched. The woman hesitated only as long as it takes to choose to live. She placed her hands on the elder's shoulders, light and quick, and he rose with her weight as easily as a tree lifts a bird. The water accepted them both with a dark glint and a soft slap. The elder waded, feeling for the riverbed with each step. Smooth rock, then silt that shifted, then rock again. The current pressed his thighs and then released, pressed and released, like breath. Midstream, the river tugged at them as if testing their sincerity. He leaned, not against it, but with it, and angled his body the way a fish learns to draw lines through a force that never tires. The woman's breath coloured his neck with warmth. Her fingers did not clutch. She simply held on as a leaf holds to a branch until it doesn't. They reached the far bank where the earth was firm and the wind smelled of a different field. The elder knelt again and the woman stepped onto dry ground. She smoothed her coat, but not from embarrassment. Rather, the way you thank fabric for doing its job. She bowed to the elder, deep and grateful, and then turned and ran, not like someone fleeing a rule, but like someone following the single thread in a knot that will undo it. The elder wrung water from his sleeves, smiled at the river as if it had just finished a good story, and began walking again. The younger followed, but now the mud took his feet in a different way. He heard his sandals stick and lift. He heard unspoken phrases walking beside him, important, heavy phrases about vows, about the way contact complicates the mind, about appearances and the village and the rules that keep people from drowning in themselves. He replayed the scene, reversing it, arguing with the river, telling the river it ought to have been narrower, telling the ferry rope not to break, telling the elder to wait for the boatman. The river, being a river, did not correct him. It went on talking to the stones. An hour passed, then 2. The sun shouldered aside the last of the mist and made a silver edge on every blade of grass. Birds found their way back to the day's business. The elder walked with the same patience, lifting his feet from the mud the same way he lifted thoughts from the mind, noticing, not making noise. The younger's shoulders walked forward before the rest of him, as if trying to outrun the heat in his face. Finally, The road rose onto a narrow ridge between paddies, and the view opened. Green fields sheeted with water, a smattering of egrets posed like porcelain, distant roofs speaking the language of smoke. The elder paused there and took a slow drink from the gourd at his side. He offered it. The younger shook his head, swallowed a sentence, then couldn't. "Master," he said, and heard how the word arrived with a small knife tucked inside it. He breathed once to take the blade away. "We took vows." The elder made the sound people make when they want the speaker to continue and also to breathe. "We took vows," the younger said again, "to keep the mind clear, to avoid situations that entangle." He stared at the gourd, at the dip and swell of the wood under the twine. "How could you touch her? Carry her? How could you?" He searched for the right word and found none that did not accuse. "Do that?" A breeze crossed the ridge and moved through the rice, like a hand through the fur of a sleeping animal. The elder waited for it to pass over them both. Then he said, "I set her down at the river." His voice was like the inside of a bell after the strike, deeper than sound, more patient than silence. He took another sip, wiped a drop from his chin with the back of his hand, and began walking. The younger remained where he was for a breath, 2, 3, feeling the ridge under his feet, and the way the body will sometimes forgive the mind its clamour by simply existing. They walked again. The younger carried the sentence with him, as if it, too, needed to be ferried across something. "I set her down at the river." He turned it like a small, smooth stone inside his palm. He didn't want it to be enough. Part of him wanted the world to be sharper so he could be surely right. But the path taught bluntness today. Soft mud, soft air, soft light. The kind of day that removes hard edges as a matter of principle. They came to a grove of willows where sunlight made green glass of the hanging leaves. The elder sat on a flat rock, took off his sandals, and dug his toes into the warm dust. The younger stood with his thoughts. He tried to lift an argument to his tongue and felt it slosh and fall apart like a badly tied bundle. He sat. The rock held both of them without commentary. "Do you remember the winter?" the elder asked finally, "when the snow came early and would not stop?" The younger nodded. He remembered. The temple paths vanished. The world was narrowed to breath and the space in front of your knees. They had taken turns, breaking trail to the well with a pole and a rope so no one would lose the way. "You pulled the first path," the elder said, "and when the storm stopped, you were still walking as if the snow were up to your thighs." The younger smiled despite himself. "My legs ached for a week from lifting through nothing." "Through nothing," the elder repeated. The storm had left. But the body remembered resistance and kept meeting what was no longer there. They sat with that. Somewhere upstream, the river found a stone and spoke more loudly for a while, and then forgot it and spoke of something else. "What is your river carrying now?" the elder asked, not looking at him. The younger turned his face toward the grove and let the leaves answer first with their ordinary noise. He found, under the arguments and vows and proper words, a feeling like damp cloth clinging to skin. When he followed it, it was not desire and not righteousness. It was fear, in its plain form, not wearing a costume. Fear of error, fear of being seen erring, fear of the simple fact that life has edges where rules do not always fit as beautifully as they do on paper. He breathed out and noticed how much space was returned to the chest by simply admitting what it already knew. The cloth loosened. The elder did not reach to tidy the moment. He did not offer a proverb like a lid for a pot. He only said, "Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for a rule is to understand what it is protecting." They rose and walked on. The day tilted toward afternoon. Shadows lengthened like thoughts deciding not to speak. They passed a farmer mending a fence. He lifted 2 fingers, and the elder answered with a small bow that included the younger inside it, and for a step or two, the younger felt the bow arrive in his own spine and do the smallest work of repair. At the next stream, a fraction of the river they had crossed, only ankle deep and quick, the elder stopped again. He picked up a handful of smooth stones and then let them fall back through his fingers. "Here," he said, "help me collect a few." They placed stones in their sleeves and carried them 20 paces, set them down, then returned for more. The younger waited for the instruction to reveal itself. It didn't. They simply moved stones until they had made a small cairn by the path, a 3-stacked tower that suggested a marker, or a game, or the smallest temple. "What is it?" the younger asked. "A place," the elder said, "to set things down." He placed his palm on the top stone and closed his eyes for one breath. "When the mind won't stop carrying, I come back here," he said, "or to a rock like this in whatever place I am, and I touch it, and remember that setting down is a practice, not an accident." The younger touched the warm stone. He thought of the woman stepping onto the bank, the way she shook her coat once, the way she ran toward smoke and duty. She had not looked back. She had set the monk down at the river too. He smiled, small and real. "If you like," the elder added, turning slightly so his words could also face the afternoon, "try it now. Set down one thing, not all of it, just one." The younger did not choose the rule, or the fear, or the appearance. He chose a simpler weight, the sentence he had been building under his tongue. He placed it on the stone, not forever, just for the length of a breath, in and out. He noticed how the body rearranged itself around the missing burden. A shoulder released, the jaw remembered it had no job, the eyes softened their grip on the world. He did not become less careful. He became less crowded. They continued until evening, made mauve of the fields and blue of the road. A kitchen gong sounded from a village ahead, a cheerful, practical noise that means rice and soup, and the end of the day's bargaining with the sun. When they reached the temple gate, the younger bowed to the elder, deeper than usual, not for forgiveness, not for instruction, but because he had let something go, and the empty hands wanted to express their thanks. That night, as the lamps quieted and crickets stitched their steady seam through the dark, the younger lay down and let the river's lesson return. He pictured the wide brown water receiving leaves, sticks, a strip of bark, the breath of the hills, the reflection of a star too far to help and still helping by being seen. He pictured the woman's weight and the elder's steps, the crossing not as a violation but as part of the river's work, to connect banks, to move what needs moving, to teach what needs teaching without a single word. He felt the stubborn part of his mind unhook softly from the scene and drift. He felt the rest of his thoughts follow, like small boats that one by one stop pretending they are oarsmen and let the current do what currents do. If you like, you can borrow that river now. Imagine the thing you carried today, the sharp comment, the unfinished list, the worry that keeps checking the door. Walk with it to the bank. Place it in the water with the gentleness you would use to lower a sleeping child. Watch it go, not disappear at once, but become smaller, then smaller, until the curve of the river takes it from your sight. Notice the room that returns to your chest. Notice the quiet habit of the body. How, when given a chance, it knows how to be ashore. The elder slept too, his breath deep and easy, his hands remembering the feel of cool water and warm fabric and a shoulder that had chosen to be a bridge. Somewhere distant, a ferry rope was being mended. Somewhere nearer, a willow leaf let go of its stem and spun once before finding the stream. And in the room where the younger lay, the night loosened the last knot from his thoughts. He did not try to hold the lesson with his mind. He let it settle the way silt settles after rain. Slowly, quietly, perfectly, until the water ran clear again and the path across was obvious, not because of words, but because the bottom could be seen. The path to the hermit's hut wound through low pines and pale grasses that kept their own small music. When the wind moved, the reeds answered. When it stilled, the world seemed to pause in a kind bow. By the time he returned from the village, the sky had folded itself into evening. A rice paper lantern swung once from the lintel and fell quiet. He slid the door open with 2 fingers and felt at once the good, simple hush of the room. A sleeping mat, a wooden bowl, a brush, a sheet of paper waiting for ink, a robe hung to dry where late light could find it. He set down a small bundle of chestnuts on the low shelf. He cupped his hands to the clay stove and breathed the warmth straight into his palms. He moved the way people move when they have nothing to protect from themselves. He shook his sleeves free of dust, wiped his sandals, and stepped back outside to wash at the basin. The water had kept a bit of the day's sun. He poured it over his wrists and watched tiny beads gather and fall, clear as a bell that doesn't require striking. The first star lit, then the second. The moon was still tucked behind the ridge, considering its entrance. He made a thin porridge and ate it slowly, with the kind of patience that is not performance. Between bites, he listened to a nightjar call from the dark edge of the field. After the bowl was rinsed and set to dry, he took up his brush and pulled one line of ink down the paper, then another, watching fibre drink darkness, feeling the breath decide the thickness of each stroke. He wrote a simple poem to mark the day, about a leaf that wouldn't let go, about a cloud that finally did. When he laid the brush aside, he heard the sound. It was not loud. A breath held too long has more noise than that. A thumb testing a door, a heel placed carefully where a floorboard might not complain. The world had a visitor. He did not stiffen. He did not invite his heart to drum. He looked at the robe hanging in the window's afterlight, at the bowl catching the last warmth from the stove, at the folded straw mat. He smiled, not to be noble, not to be seen, but because he remembered what it is to be hungry for what you believe will save you. The door pushed in. A shape spilled into the room and froze in the way animals do when seen, every muscle listening. The face was young and older at once, the way faces become when they have learned to ask the wrong question very efficiently. Eyes sharpened the dimness. Hands were ready to seize the world and remake it into safety. "Come," he said, as if greeting a moth at the window. "You are late for supper, but there is hot water." The thief blinked at the calm, then at the emptiness. No chest to pry. No lacquer box. No hidden panel. Only bowl, brush, robe, mat, a kettle breathing quietly. The thief's jaw set as if stubbornness might be a coin. He stepped closer to the shelf and lifted the bowl, turning it in his palms as if the curve might conceal gold he had never seen. He handled the robe next, rubbing the cloth between his fingers, evaluating in quick, precise motions learned on difficult streets. "I'm sorry," the hermit said, and meant it. "There isn't much to steal. I should make tea at least. It's cold on the path." The thief's fingers twitched, confused by kindness. He had prepared for alarms, for shouting, for chase, for shame, for a fight that would justify everything. He had not prepared for this soft room and this older face like clear weather. He tucked the bowl under his arm, the robe on top of it, and looked at the door, then at the man, ready to bolt or to bow. He did not know which. "Take them," the hermit said, and stepped to lift the robe himself, laying it across the thief's forearm, the way a friend offers a shawl. "Winter carries a sharp brush in this valley." The thief's mouth worked once without words. He tightened his grip. He moved backward, like someone leaving a shrine without showing his back. Then he turned and vanished into the dark, the door sighing closed, as if in relief that it had not had to choose a side. Silence reclaimed the room without hurry. The kettle continued its soft breathing. The ink on the poem settled more deeply into the fibres. He stood for a moment and felt the weight that had been here, a fear so practiced it had become a craft, and he let it pass through him the way wind passes through reeds. He stepped outside and sat on the threshold where the night could lay its cool palm across his face. The moon at last climbed the ridge. It arrived without argument, unstealable. It laid its long silver breath over the trees, the thatch, the path, the empty peg where the robe had hung. It made a white lake of the world. He lifted his chin to it the way a thirsty leaf lifts itself to a wet breeze. "Poor man," he said softly, the words leaving his lips like the last steam from the kettle. "I wish I could give him this beautiful moon." He held the feeling as one holds a bowl, carefully, not to keep, only to offer. He knew what could be taken: cloth, wood, food, time, even opinions about what was right. He knew what could never be touched by hands. This clear light, the quiet that gathers where wanting loosens, the way breath unknots the chest. He watched the moon move a finger's width and felt his body move with it, a tide obeying a distant, faithful pull. If you like, let that light rest on your own face. Let the small muscles around your eyes forget their duties. Let your jaw set down its tools. Inhale as if the coolness above the roof comes straight into your ribs. Exhale as if the night itself were breathing you. He went back inside and added a line to the poem. Ink still wet, the characters still learning their balance. "A thief took my bowl and robe. How kind of the night to leave the moon." He fanned the page once and placed it under a stone. He set the kettle off the flame and listened to it settle into itself. When he lay down, the mat accepted him with the relief of earth receiving rain. He pulled a thin blanket across his hips. Cold touched his ankles and then warmed. Sleep approached with the respect due to a guest who has travelled far. Across the valley, the thief hurried along the field's edge until the path turned under low branches and demanded a slower pace. He did not hear pursuit. He did not hear his own name behind him. He heard only his feet, then the field mice, then his feet again. He set the bowl on a stump and peered at it in the meagre light, looking for seams, for a trick, for the promise of anything other than what it plainly was. A good bowl. He held the robe to his chest and noticed with irritation how soft it felt. He lifted his head. The moon pulled free of a cloud and poured itself over him like unasked for generosity. He did not know what to do with a gift that needed no receiver. He wrapped the robe tighter, picked up the bowl, and continued, thinking less clearly now. The night was wider than his plans. The wind placed a hand on the back of his neck and did not accuse him. Back at the hut, the hermit's breathing deepened, found a rhythm that belonged to the mountain. If he woke in the dark, it was only to see a rectangle of pale light on the floor and to notice, as a gardener notices which plants drink which amounts of rain, that the room felt lighter without anyone trying to lighten it. He rolled one shoulder and it clicked in a familiar way. He smiled at the ceiling and perhaps at nothing, and returned to a sleep that did not ask him to clutch. Morning came dressed in frost. He rose before the sun and warmed his hands over the rekindled coals. He walked to the spring and brought back water with the careful steps that keep a bucket from jumping in the hand. He brewed tea, just enough to remind the bones of company. When steam curled from the rim, he carried the cup outside and watched the valley find its colours again. A shadow crossed the grass at the edge of the path. He looked up to find a figure he recognized not by face, but by the particular way guilt rearranges posture. The thief stopped just beyond the threshold, shoulders squared as if braced for judgment. The bowl rested in his palms. The robe had been folded neatly, perhaps several times, to make sure the cloth remembered order. "I came to return," the man began, and then faltered, because the sentence had been rehearsed for a different stage. He placed the bowl on the step and laid the robe beside it, each motion slow, exact. The careful work of someone who has broken things and learned reverence too late. The hermit bowed, as if the man had brought pears. "Forgive me," the thief said. It came out too loud, dangerous with hope. He swallowed and lowered his voice. "I thought there would be something else. I thought—" He stopped. The rest of the words were not wrong. They were only unnecessary. The hermit lifted the robe and shook it once, the fabric sighing into its shape. He set the bowl back on the shelf, where the evening light would later sit inside it like a second glaze. "You brought yourself back," he said, and meant nothing complicated by it. The thief stood as if dismissed and rooted at the same time. He glanced up at the lintel, at the small lantern, at the brush and paper, at the simple stove. These things, which last night had represented failure, now seemed to represent a kind of dangerous ease, a life that did not teach the hands to take. He looked at the man and discovered that the face was not a challenge to his story, but a room where the story could be set down. "Would you like tea?" the hermit asked. The thief nodded before he could perform refusal. He took the offered cup in both hands and felt the heat find the cracks in his grip. He sipped. The drink had no spice to claim attention. It was leaf and water and the memory of sun, and it did its work anyway. He felt his shoulders move down by a small, perceptible length. He breathed out and saw his breath in the cold air, the way the secret life of the body shows itself when the world is chilled enough to pay attention. They did not talk long. They didn't need to. The thief looked once at the moon's pale curve waxing invisible in blue morning and smiled without remembering to hide it. He bowed, this time not to beg off blame, not to demand absolution, but because something inside had loosened and the body wants to acknowledge such events. He walked down the path at an ordinary pace. The grasses made the same small music as they had the night before. He heard it now. The afternoon had thinned into that gentle hour when the bamboo sighs and light stretches itself long across the ground. The air was warm where the sun lingered, and cool where the shade pooled, and the grove held its own soft weather. Leaf shadows flickering, a faint resin scent, the almost musical click of stalk against stalk when the breeze threaded through. A boy and his grandmother stood on the path, their sandals leaving shallow ovals in dust that remembered every traveller and then, kindly, forgot. High above, a single bamboo leaf loosened its grip. It did not fall all at once. It studied the air the way a reader studies a page, then let go. The leaf spun without hurry, a small green boat turning slow circles, catching light, changing its mind about direction, and changing it again. Its shadow drifted over the boy's cheek, and he squinted up into the brightness. The grandmother watched with the sort of attention that makes the world feel seen. "It's falling," the boy said, as if this were news, and in a way it was. The leaf had never fallen before. He held his breath for the last bit of the descent, and the leaf seemed to feel it and float a heartbeat longer. Then it touched the surface of the pond at the edge of the grove and made a single, perfect ring of ripples that walked outward, touching lily pads, a resting dragonfly, the reflection of a cloud that had low opinions about being disturbed. The leaf settled, light as a sentence coming to its period. It didn't sink. It didn't fight. It became a little raft for sunlight. Beneath the water, a carp the colour of bronze clockwork slid past with the patience of something that has always known how to move through a world. The leaf bobbed once in the carp's wake, and then remembered how to be still. "Where will it go?" the boy asked. "Where the water goes," said the grandmother, and her voice was as even as the pond. "And the water goes where the earth allows." A thin ribbon of outflow left the pond through a gap in reeds, slipping into a shaded ditch. The boy crouched and peered into the tunnel of grass, where the water began its small journey. It wasn't much, just a murmuring line no wider than his hand. The leaf, subtle as an idea, drifted toward it, then paused near a reed and considered staying forever. A breeze revised the plan, and the leaf slid into the narrow run with the graceful conviction of a bead finding the next knot on a string. They followed. The ditch curled like a lazy thought, quick where stones made the bottom uneven, calm where sand had made a bed. The grandmother's basket gave off the faint smell of pears. The boy walked on the low bank and kept pace with the leaf the way one does with a friend, close enough to share a joke, far enough not to crowd. Every few steps he wanted to help, nudge the raft with a twig, clear its path, show it the proper way. He caught himself and placed his hands behind his back as if they were children too and needed reminding. "Sometimes the water wants help," the grandmother said, reading him as easily as a path. "And sometimes it wants to teach." "How do I know which?" the boy asked, earnest as a knot. "Watch," she said, "and breathe. If you like, you can do that now. Watch the small, steady river of your breath. It comes in like a quiet stream rounding a stone. It goes out like that same stream returning to sunlight. You don't have to make it clever. You don't have to make it good. Let it be water. Let yourself be the leaf." The little currents slid them past a patch of mint that made the air bright as they bruised it with their ankles. A grasshopper, green as the idea of green, leapt and then seemed surprised to have chosen flight. The leaf found a tiny eddy and spun twice as if remembering a dance step. It hovered there, undecided, then released the circle and continued, as if it had listened to counsel older than intention. "Is it steering?" the boy whispered. "It is learning what carries it," the grandmother said. "We all do." The ditch widened to a shallow pool where sunlight spread itself like warm cloth. Here the leaf stalled among a tangle of floating seeds. The boy's urge to intercede returned stronger than before, a tide in his chest. He looked at his grandmother. "If you wish," she said, "make a small change and see what the water says." He picked a stick no longer than his forearm and used it to loosen the seeds around the leaf, barely touching the water, careful not to press. The little raft wriggled free and moved on, not because of the stick alone, but because the stream had been asking for the slightest suggestion of direction. The boy felt a thrill run from his hand to his ribs, and then, embarrassed by his own pride, he set the stick down. The stream accepted the stick as if it were always meant to be a brief bridge between one moment and the next. They came to a place where stones made a crooked stair for the water. Here it giggled and showed its shiny teeth. The leaf hesitated at the edge, its tip over empty air. For a breath it held both futures, balance and tumble. The boy held both too. The leaf tipped and went with grace. It slid down the wet face of the rock, caught for a blink in a seam, and then was free again, proud without bragging. "If you like," the grandmother said softly, and her words seemed aimed at the boy, and also at anyone who might be listening from the insides of their lives. "You can practice like that. When you reach the place where the world steps down, pause. Feel for the seam. Then let yourself be carried. The small distance, a fall, becomes a flow." A breeze troubled the surface, making the leaf shiver. In the field beyond the ditch, rice plants stood like a green choir in ranks, each bearing its own silk tassel, each leaning in and out of the same hymn. A heron unwound from the ditch's edge and lifted into the afternoon with dignified knees. The boy's listening wrapped itself around everything at once: the sucking sound of water in mud, the burr of a far cicada, the steady, almost inaudible tide of his own breathing. They reached a culvert where the water tunneled under the path. The leaf entered darkness, its pale belly showing like the moon in thin clouds. The boy held his breath again without meaning to, and then laughed at himself as the leaf appeared at the far end, bobbing as if to reassure him that tunnels are just hallways with different lighting. "Will it make it to the big river?" he asked, awed by the idea that something so small might address something so large. "Perhaps," the grandmother said. "Perhaps it will find a quiet pocket and stay." Both are true ways of travelling. They sat under a willow while the stream rested in a wider bed. The leaf slowed, half caught by a submerged twig. The grandmother took off her sandals and placed her feet on the cool stones. "Do you see how the water holds many speeds at once?" she asked. "Fast in the middle, slow along the edge, still under the overhang, restless where it shallows, and must choose a side. Minds are like this. Hearts too." The boy watched the ribbons of pace braided in the same channel and tried to align himself. He took a breath, let it go, took another and made it softer. "If you like, you can borrow that alignment. Let one thread of you rush where it must, another lounge at the bank, another wait. You don't have to make them agree. The stream holds them all without becoming confused about being water." A scatter of rain moved in, raindrops drawing small dimples on the surface, each mark a question that answered itself by vanishing. The leaf received the rain lightly, a little weight here, a little there, and then shrugged it off. A turtle, ancient and undecorated, blinked from the gloom and lifted its head just enough to verify that the world had not made any sudden changes. It hadn't. The rain passed, and the willow shook itself, sending a soft shower toward the ditch like a blessing delivered late, but still welcome. When the stream narrowed again, the leaf moved with new confidence, as if the practice of going had taught it more about being carried. It cruised past a place where the bank had fallen in, past a stand of reeds practicing their patience, past a boy's reflection that made faces at itself, and then forgot to. The day's light leaned toward gold, and then to the kind of silver that promises evening. They crossed into a field stitched with little dikes, the water deciding at each junction, left, right, left again. The grandmother let the boy choose one path for the leaf. He pointed, and the leaf obeyed, not because his finger made a law, but because he had learned to point where the water was already inclining. This made him feel grown in a way that did not require being older. At last, after a dozen small turns, the runlet returned to a second pond, smaller than the first, cupped by rushes and guarded by an old cedar, whose roots made a quiet architecture under the bank. The leaf entered this calm without fanfare and drifted toward a corner where the surface reflected nothing but sky. It slowed, and then slowed more until stillness claimed it. The boy knelt and looked as if looking deeper might continue the journey by eyes alone. "Is it finished?" he asked. "For now," the grandmother said. "Still water is not a failure of moving water. It is one of its shapes." They watched as the surface turned to a mirror, and in that mirror the first star of evening appeared, a pinprick of cold energy in warm air. The leaf became a small island in a wider sky. The boy's shoulders, which did not know they had been working, unhooked. The grandmother drew a slow breath and the boy matched it, like oars kept in time without counting. If you like, you can match them too. In, a leaf drifting. Out, a pond widening. In, easy, simple. Out, long, kind. Frogs began their work of evening speech. A bat wrote unreadable poems in the air back and forth across the cedar's invisible ceiling. The boy yawned, not entirely of his own will. He could feel sleep gathering in the reeds the way ducks do, appearing to do nothing while preparing to do the important thing perfectly. "What if a wind comes?" he asked, because even peace invites the mind to imagine weather. "Then it will ride the wind," the grandmother said, "until stillness finds it again. And if it sinks, then the water will carry it from below. Not all journeys can be seen." He put his palm on the cool ground and felt, faint but true, the travel beneath. Little currents nudging silt, microscopic lives going about their enormous business, the long logic of water finding sea by way of ditch and field and river and tide. He thought of worries as leaves too, some still high, some on the surface, some already beneath, softening into what feeds the next green. He didn't force the thought to be wise. He let it be simple, and, because it was simple, it was wise enough. "Shall we go home?" the grandmother asked when the pond had eaten the last of the light it needed. He nodded, and they rose. They walked back by a path that now remembered their steps and made room for them. In the grove, the bamboo clicked again. Two slender neighbours greeting. Somewhere a door closed with the soft authority that tells a house to rest. The leaf did what leaves do. The water did what water does. The boy did what boys do after long watching. He leaned into his grandmother's side until walking was almost sleep, and sleep was almost walking. If you like, you can take the leaf with you now, not to hold it, but to place it on the quiet in your chest. Picture the small raft of green resting on the slow pond of your breathing. Thoughts arrive like breezes. They ruffle and pass. Feelings come like summer rain. They purl and vanish. The current beneath keeps its promise without needing your supervision. You are not required to steer. You are allowed to float. And when your own pond becomes glass, the edges of the room soft, the pillow a gentle shore, the night a cedar leaning over you, let the leaf settle. Let the water hold it from every side. Let your breath be the earth that decides the way and the sea that receives the gift. In, carried. Out, released. In, carried. Out, released. The stars find their places in the surface. The frogs take care of the speaking. Your eyes, like small boats, lower their sails. The current knows the rest. The courtyard was a square of quiet light between buildings, a place where footsteps softened themselves, and even the sparrows respected an invisible line of calm. A flag hung from a cedar pole near the gate, a faded rectangle of cloth with a pale moon stitched into one corner, and a single character in brush black across its middle. All day it had rested, a piece of sky that forgot to be sky. Near sundown, a wind rose from the low fields and slid through the pines, across the roof tiles, and into that square of air. The flag woke. It woke the way a sleeper rolls and finds a cooler place on the pillow. First a small fold, then a loosening, then a full, easy sway. The cloth gathered itself, offered its belly to the breeze, and then fell back, not arguing with gravity, not clinging to flight. It made a small voice, a whisper of fabric on fabric, and the pole answered with a hush like bamboo remembering rain. Two novices stopped in the walkway and looked up. The younger shaded his eyes with a hand and grinned. "Look," he said, "the flag is moving. The wind is moving." The older replied, serious in the way new seriousness often is. "The flag only follows." They stood with their certainty stretching between them, like a cord just taut enough to hum. The flag swung, paused, lifted. The wind pressed, retreated, returned. Shadows of the cloth wrote silent shapes across the paving stones, a language no one had learned and everyone could read. "It's obvious," the younger said, pointing to the cloth as if to a fish in a clear river. "It's obvious," the older said, pointing to a leaf trembling on the eaves. The teacher stepped into the courtyard then, carrying a small pot of tea. He set it on the low table by the pillar, poured into 2 cups, and only after the steam had spoken for a while did he turn his head to follow their gaze. He watched the flag with an attention so soft it could have been mistaken for boredom. He watched the air. He watched the faces of his students, lit from within by the pleasure of being right. "Neither flag nor wind is moving," he said at last, as gently as if he were describing the weight of the pot. "Your mind is moving." The words did not strike. They settled, like dust after a broom. The younger frowned, not in anger but in effort, as though the teacher had just asked him to hear a sound familiar and new at once. The older shifted his stance and opened his hands the way people do when a thing slides out of their grasp without falling. The teacher lifted a cup and blew across its surface. The steam bent, then continued rising. He took a sip and placed the cup in both palms, feeling the warmth move into the hands that had learned how to hold 100 kinds of heat and not be burned. "Sit," he said. They sat on the step. A narrow sunbeam fell between the posts and crossed the floor like a patient cat. The flag made its small shell sound. The wind said nothing you could quote. "If you like," the teacher said, "listen with your whole body, not just the ears." The younger closed his eyes, because that seemed the easiest way to move hearing into the skin. He felt the air along his forearms, the place where the robe flapped and then lay still again. He noticed the breath entering his nose as coolness and leaving it as warmth. Under that, a quieter movement, the slow tide of the belly rising and the equally slow return. The older listened with eyes open, letting sight become a kind of touching. He watched 2 ants carry a grain of sand. He watched the flag's pale moon appear and hide, appear and hide. He felt a small place in his jaw let go, as if even teeth were listening now. "What moves?" the teacher asked. "The flag," the younger said automatically, and then he heard his own voice as if it belonged to someone else. He decided to wait. "My thoughts," the older said, and the teacher's head inclined a fraction in the way he bowed to a good tea. "Thought is wind," the teacher said. "Flags are the names we stitch on the wind." They drank in silence. Somewhere a ladle met a basin and made a small bell of sound that did not refuse to fade. A swallow stitched the air, quick as a pen. The flag calmed then, as if the breeze had remembered a promise elsewhere. The courtyard took on the feeling of a room after laughter, still, but with a softness that remembers motion. The teacher put his cup down and rested his hands on his knees. "Watch this mind moving," he said, not as an instruction to be obeyed, but as an invitation to notice a rain already falling. Not to stop it, not to chase it, only to see. The younger watched. A thought rose. The flag, the wind, who is right? Another followed. You should answer quickly or look foolish. A third, smaller one. What is this ache between my shoulders? An older thought trotted in. Rules and what the rules say about certainty. The mind began to assemble a little fence of ideas, one stick, then another, and then, as if bored with carpentry, it wandered into an open field and lay down. "If you like," the teacher said, "name them as they come. Not with stories, just with the shape." He tapped his chest lightly with 2 fingers. Thinking, hearing, warmth, cool, tight, soft, just like that. The older breathed in, thinking. He heard the thin creak of the flag rope in its ring. Hearing. He felt the rough edge of the step under his palm. Touch. He noticed a faint sweetness drifting from the tea. Smell. He found, to his surprise, a quiet in the naming itself, like putting the right label on a jar you've been opening without knowing why. The younger tried it and felt silly for one breath, then steadier for the next. Breathing, heels pressing cloth, cool on cheek. A small concern rose. Will I be able to sleep later? And he tagged it gently. Worry. The word didn't kill the worry. It introduced it to the larger room. The worry, seeing there was space, became less urgent about owning all of it. Above them, the flag discovered stillness. It did not drop. It became heavy with rest. The wind moved somewhere else, through the grass at the field's edge, along the path, into places that required it more. The younger opened his eyes. The flag hung like a held breath. His own breath continued. He noticed the difference and did not make a philosophy from it. He simply let it be interesting. When the mind moves, the teacher said, it catches itself on names and tugs them like sleeves. Wind, flag, right, wrong, mine, theirs. When you notice the tug, bow to it. Do not scold it. Your mind is trying to help you the only way it has learned. Then return to what is returning to you. He lifted his hand to the youngest leaf on the nearest pine. This. They watched a leaf make the tiniest figure 8 the air had asked for. The younger felt an ease press gently at the back of his eyes, the kind of ease that announces that the day needn't be carried to bed with its shoes on. If you like, you can feel for that ease now, a small movement at the edge of your gaze, a softening where your forehead meets the sky. The teacher stood, and the novices rose with him. "Walk," he said. They walked the perimeter of the courtyard together in a slow circle, sandaled feet, stone, then wood, then stone again. At the far corner, a spider was repairing a web the wind had moved earlier. She crossed and recrossed a gap no larger than a thumb. The teacher paused so they could see the architecture of patience. A thread thrown, caught, tightened, another woven through. Wind moves, spider moves, mind says which matters. Then mind finishes the tea and learns to sit with both. They passed the bell. The teacher did not ring it. He touched its cool side with the back of his fingers. He placed his palm flat on it, and they felt a memory of sound through the skin, an aftertaste of earlier hours when metal spoke on behalf of silence, and silence answered by widening. At the gate, a breeze returned, curious but not insistent. The flag lifted again, then rested, as if nodding to an old friend across the street. The teacher looked up, then at his students. "Do you see how it is not one or the other?" he asked. "How the mind moves to say this and forgets its own movement?" The older nodded. The younger nodded a heartbeat later, as if the second nod helped. The teacher smiled in a way that did not require teeth and walked back to the little table. He filled the cups once more. The steam rose in ribbons without music and made its own kind of song anyway. If a thought says, "It is the flag," say, "Thinking," and bow. If a thought says, "It is the wind," say, "Thinking," and bow. If a thought says, "It is the mind," say, "Thinking," and bow. You need not fight the thought. You need not teach it. You can let it finish its bow and sit down. The sun slipped lower. The shadow of the flagpole stretched across the paving, long and certain, while the cloth above lived in its small weather. A cat walked the wall like a slow comet and dropped to the ground without fanfare. Someone in the kitchen coughed once, a human reminder that bodies are here and need their small kindnesses. "People say the mind is a monkey," the teacher continued, leaping from branch to branch. "But even monkeys rest. It is not a sin to move. It is a relief to know what is moving." The younger felt the skin between his shoulders warm and loosen, as if a knot had learned the trick of being a bow. He thought of arguments he'd had with himself, with others, with the air, about things that mattered, yes, but also about the flag and the wind of other days. He pictured those arguments as fish that had been caught and held up for applause, and then quietly returned to the stream. He realized how often he had clutched the tail and called it principle. Night arrived by degrees. First the courtyard became the colour of an old coin. Then the eaves collected darkness. Then the first star wrote its small exact truth in the place above the gate. The flag kept its vigil, not in the name of the temple, not in the name of certainty, simply because being cloth in air is a way of being alive. "If you like," the teacher said, "try this before sleep. Lie down and feel where wind is moving in you. Not the grand gusts, the small ones, the breath in the corner of the nose, the belly's tide, the way the ribs widen like a door politely opened. Let the mind notice, then let it be noticed." He set his cup down, and the sound of ceramic touching wood made a click so honest it could have been a handshake. "When a thought arrives with a banner," he said, "watch it pass. When it asks you to join the parade, wave from the steps. If you end up marching anyway, that is also a thing to notice. No punishment, only noticing. In this way, the mind learns it can move without dragging the world behind it." The older breathed, slow and equal. The younger tried and found his exhale longer than his inhale and liked that. The teacher noticed and did not comment because his students were already having the good conversation with their bodies, the one that rarely needs words. They stood. The flag gave one last lazy bow to the wind as the breeze drifted back to the fields to murmur with the rice. The teacher took up the tea set and the small tray, and all three walked toward the hall where lamps would be lit and slippers left in pairs at the threshold. At the door, the teacher paused and looked back once more, as if to confirm that the lesson had not been separate from anything that had happened. Inside, the room welcomed them with the soft geography of tatami and the scent of cedar rubbed thin by years of hands. The teacher placed the pot down and the cups beside it. "Sleep will come," he said, not as a promise, but as a weather report from someone who had watched many evenings. If the mind moves, nod to it. If it rests, do not cheer too loudly. Either way, trust the body to be the flag for a while, trust the breath to be the wind, and let the part that watches smile without teeth. The novices bowed and turned toward their bedding. Outside, the pole's shadow was gone now, replaced by the idea of a pole, which was enough for night. The flag barely lifted, then settled, a folded thought. The wind travelled under doors and over roofs and into trees, where it would say nothing important and everything necessary. If you like, you can let that happen here. Feel the smallest flutter at the edge of your nostrils, thinking, the warmth behind your eyes, warmth, the heaviness in your hands where they rest, heavy, the long, kind river of your exhale, releasing, the place where the bed meets your shoulder, holding. Let the mind move like a cloud, changing shape without apology. Let the body be the hill that does not chase the cloud. Let whatever needs to pass, pass. Let whatever stays, stay. Somewhere a flag hangs in the dark, perfectly still. Somewhere a wind goes on a quiet errand. Somewhere a mind sees both and bows, and then, with nothing to guard, drifts into the deep, simple sleep that does not require winning any argument at all. The room received evening the way a bowl receives water, cleanly, without fuss. Tatami gave off its soft straw scent. The cedar beams exhaled the day's warmth. An old woman slid the door by a hand's width to invite in the late light. The garden replied with the small sounds of settling. A leaf making its single choice, a cricket testing a note and then keeping it. The shy click of bamboo when a breeze remembered to visit. She closed the door again and returned to the brazier where a kettle was beginning its quiet song. The kettle had a voice learned from years beside flame. First a whisper that might be mistaken for breath, then around a hum. Then the faintest thread of wind as if pines had taken root inside the iron. She placed her palm above the lid and felt the promise gathering there. A ladle waited in a bowl of water. A scoop lay on its cloth. 2 cups glowed like small moons. She moved among them without haste, as if each tool were an old friend encountered in a familiar street. Her gestures were simple and precise, the kind that make time slow down, because time no longer needs to rush. A traveller paused at the threshold, bowed, and she answered with a tilt of her head that contained the entire welcome. "Please," she said, and it seemed she was inviting him not only to sit, but to put down whatever he had been carrying since he didn't know when. He knelt, the way stiffness learns to kneel, awkward at first, then surprised to discover comfort. He noticed his shoulders arguing with gravity and almost shyly let them stop. The old woman lifted the kettle, and the room leaned closer to listen. Steam unfurled, a pale ribbon that rose and vanished again. She dipped the ladle and poured a measure of hot water into each cup, not to drink yet, but to warm what would be asked to hold warmth. While the cups dreamed their small dream of heat, she rinsed the bowl, turning it once in her hands, not inspecting it, just reacquainting her fingers with its curve. The water made a sound like the word yes, spoken so softly, it was more permission than speech. "If you like," she said, not looking up, Let your breathing match the kettle for a while. It begins quietly, gathers, and then it rests again. The traveller nodded. In. He met the cool edge of the air. Out. He remembered warmth. In. Gathering. Out. Resting. He didn't have to perform the breath. He just had to allow it. She emptied the warming water, dried the cups, and opened a small tin. Inside, tea waited. A green so soft it almost wasn't colour, more like a promise of the hillside where rain and sun had invented it together. She tapped a measure into the bowl, and the powder settled into a small hill, the slope of which made him think of places he had not yet visited, but would if the world remained kind. The kettle said it was ready without raising its voice. She lifted the lid, and there it was, the slightest thread of steam, the smooth surface barely trembling, the sound that is not boiling and not silence. She ladled water onto the tea, and the green turned to cloud. Drink clouds, she said, smiling, and the words transformed the room. The ceiling felt higher, the floor more generous, the air itself hospitable to rest. She took up the whisk and began to move. The first strokes were slow, a gentle stirring, then a widening, then a quickening that made the surface gather tiny peaks and then smooth them. The rhythm was a lullaby composed by wrists and patience. She was not fighting the tea into foam. She was inviting what wanted to rise to rise. The bowl changed colour, from meadow to sea foam to a soft jade that looked like morning wearing evening's clothes. When the surface shone with a fine living light, she stopped as if a bell had rung that only her hands could hear. She turned the bowl so the front became the side, and the side became the offering. The traveller accepted it with both hands and felt the heat make a home in his palms. He brought the bowl near, and the scent arrived before the taste, clean like rain on stone, gentle like cut grass, deep like the shadow under leaves at noon. He waited, not to be polite, but because the waiting was part of the drinking. "You may let one thought go with each breath," she said, watching the steam write brief poems. "Not forever. Just for now, like a guest stepping outside to look at the moon." He did. One thought departed about the road and whether he had chosen the best one. Another about a conversation that needed mending. Another about a number that would not add up, no matter how many times he carried it. Each thought left without slamming the door. Each left the room a little wider. He sipped. The warmth moved into his mouth, down his throat, and opened a small room in his chest that he had forgotten he owned. The taste didn't insist. It arrived, greeted, took a modest seat, and was gone, leaving clarity where clutter had been. He took another sip and felt the day adjust around it, like a blanket that had been pulled the wrong way all afternoon, finally finding the right edge. Across from him, the old woman poured hot water into the empty cups and then out again. A small kindness to porcelain, a way of saying, "You will be asked to carry heat, and you are not alone." She set a sweet beside his bowl, a sliver of pear and 2 pine nuts pressed into a rice cake the size of a coin. The pear tasted like a clean bell. The cake tasted like childhood remembered correctly at last. "Where did this tea begin?" he asked, not because he needed facts, but because he sensed a story that might make the evening slower and therefore better. She placed her hands on her knees, palms down, fingers relaxed. "On a hill that faces east, she said, where fog introduces the morning to the leaves and bowing is the first act of the day. She described the hands that picked, careful not to bruise, quick but not hurried. The baskets carried on hips, the slow withering that was not death but concentration, the turning of leaves, the scent in the drying rooms like the idea of forests. She spoke as if she had been there every year for 100 years, and perhaps she had, by attention, if not by foot. The leaf travelled, she continued, by road, by river, by wish. It passed through markets and ledgers, and at last through hands like mine that are practiced at receiving. She nodded at the kettle. And then water did what water does. It found the leaf and remembered itself. The traveller looked into the bowl and saw for a moment, not tea, but a hillside, with low clouds curled on it. And then he saw nothing at all because seeing rested just then. He sipped, and the hillside entered him. He exhaled, and his breath seemed to offer something back to the hill. If you like, you can let that happen now. Inhale, as if taking in the simplest green from the world. Exhale, as if returning soft weather to it. You don't have to be good at this. The kettle is already good at it on your behalf. The old woman lifted her own cup, not of tea yet, but of hot water. She sipped and said, "We drink this first to practice appreciation for what carries flavour." She smiled at his surprise. Empty is not nothing. Empty is ready. She set the cup down. People think we make tea to escape life. It is how we enter it. The room agreed. The walls stopped trying to be walls and became trusted boundaries. The floor remembered its duty to hold. A moth traced a holy geometry near the lantern and then discovered a darker, kinder corner and settled there. There was very little talking after that. When words did come, they were small and perfect, like stones placed to show a path across a creek. The traveller asked how her day had been. She said, "Comfortable." He asked if the rain would stay. She said, "It knows the garden's mind." He asked if she always made tea at this hour. She said, "Even when I don't, the hour makes tea." He finished the bowl and turned it softly to admire the glaze where the potter's thumb had left a memory. She accepted it back with a bow you could miss if you were not watching her breath. And then she cleaned, a ceremony inside the ceremony. The whisk took a bath. The scoop returned to its cloth. The bowl went from useful to beautiful, with a single swipe that also recognized it had always been both. She made a second bowl, thinner this time, and poured it into the 2 cups. "Clouds for 2, she said, and they drank together. The steam rose as if in conversation. Then it rose as if in agreement. "People think silence is an absence," she said after a while, "but tonight it has colour." He looked around and saw what she meant. The silence was green where the tea lived, golden where the lantern warmed the floor, blue at the edges where night waited with patient hands. He had never known silence could be held in a cup, but there it was, and he was drinking it. She placed a wrapped parcel beside his knee, a paper packet tied with twine. "For later," she said, "when you travel." A little bit of cloud. He opened his mouth to protest and then closed it. He would carry it the way clouds carry rain, without strain, until the right roof appeared. The kettle quieted. Its song did not end so much as fold itself and lie down. She lifted it one last time to pour water into the bowl and rinsed the whisk with the tenderness usually reserved for animals. "Tools last longer when you thank them," she said to no one in particular, and the whisk seemed to accept this as praise and vow. The traveller felt a drowsiness approach, not the heavy kind that argues with sleep, but the kind that smiles and says, "It's all right to go now." He breathed in, and his ribs widened as if courteous. He breathed out, and his spine lengthened by a small gratitude. "If you like, you can follow this." In, warmth arriving. Out, space returning. In, the bowl's green weather. Out, a soft, invisible bow to the room you are in. She opened the door again. Night had placed its cool hand on the garden and left fingerprints of dew. Somewhere, a bell in the next street offered a single note to the sky, and the sky set it gently on a shelf. The old woman listened and then closed the door with the kind of certainty that is not hard. It simply knows its job. "Before you sleep," she said, gathering the cups with both hands, "let your body finish the ceremony. Place what you carried today on the shelf with the kettle. Arrange your worries like spoons and say good night to each. If one persists, pour it a little hot water in your mind and let it steam until it remembers it is also cloud." He laughed without sound and nodded. The room made room for his laugh. It always had. She dimmed the lantern to a glow that did not insist on being noticed. He bowed, and she bowed, and for a breath they were two trees acknowledging the wind they shared. He moved to the door and paused. "What should I think about while I fall asleep?" he asked, half joking and half not. "Drink clouds," she said again, as if it were the oldest answer. "And if there are no clouds, drink the space that waits for clouds. Either will do." He stepped into the corridor and heard the night take him in as simply as tea takes water. His feet found the path with its remembered hum. The parcel of tea in his sleeve felt lighter than paper. The door slid closed behind him, completing the shape of the room, the way the last line completes a poem. In the bed, he would find later, the cup would still be in his hands, though no one could see it. He would inhale and taste rain on leaves and roofs and the backs of his own eyes. He would exhale, and the day would pour itself out along the rim of the world and drip, drip, drip into the basin of rest. If a thought returned, he would hold it the way a bowl holds steam, not trapping, only cradling until it thinned and the air reclaimed it. If a feeling rose, he would offer it a seat and a sip, and watch it soften enough to tell its true name. And when sleep arrived, as it always does when you stop trying to be clever with it, it would be like the last sip of the last cup, the one you don't plan, the one that is simply what remains, perfectly warm, perfectly enough. The kettle would be quiet, the whisk would be drying on its cloth, the room would be a bowl, and the night would fill it. And you would be there, at last, not as a guest, but as the tea itself. Simple, present, kind. The bell hung from a dark beam like a small moon caught in its own orbit, its bronze skin dull with many years of careful hands. Evening arrived as a thin gold poured across the floor, then as a blue that softened corners, and finally as a friendly darkness that asked the room to speak more quietly. The caretaker wiped the mallet with a folded cloth as if greeting an old friend. A novice knelt nearby, posture straight, but eyes soft, as if a secret might pass through the air and he didn't want to startle it. When the mallet touched metal, the sound did not leap so much as bloom. It opened from the bell's heart and rolled outward, a round wave that passed through wood and paper and breath, through the bamboo by the gate, through the moth practicing its slow circles near the lantern, through the novice's chest and your own, wherever you are. It filled the room without crowding it. It reached farther than the ears, and the ears, discovering this, relaxed. Listen, the note is one thing, but the way it fades is its second life. First bright, then dimming, then thinner, then almost gone, and then that place after. The sound releases its last thread, and suddenly there is a wide, clear space that wasn't there before, or perhaps was always there and simply needed to be noticed. The Japanese call it ma, the room inside a pause. The novice heard it as a kind of invitation, and his shoulders, which had been proudly straight, lowered a whisper. He turned to the teacher as the air gathered itself again. "Master," he said, keeping his voice just above the level of the crickets, "what teaches more, the bell or the silence after?" The teacher lifted the mallet, and in that smallest lift, you could sense that nothing urgent was going to happen. He set the mallet down. "Listen and see," he said, and the words were not a riddle, only directions, like saying, "Look out the window if you want to see the moon." They waited. They breathed. The bell was not struck again immediately. Instead, the room performed its simpler symphony, the tick of cooling roof tiles, the slow black ink of night seeping into the corners, the faint brush of cloth as the teacher shifted his weight and became still again. Far off, a cartwheel found a small stone and taught it a lesson, then rolled on. Closer, in the novice's body, the breath moved, arriving, leaving, arriving, leaving, like a tide on a beach no one else visits. "If you like," the teacher said, "let your breathing be the bell." The novice closed his eyes, not to shut the world out, but to listen without leaning forward. Inhale, a quiet swelling, the body rounding slightly, the ribs opening like a door opened politely for a guest. There is the note, rich and present. Exhale, the note softens, lengthens, thins. There is the fade, the release. Then that small, bright hush before the next inhale begins, the space after the bell. You can follow this where you are. You don't have to count. Just notice how the breath rings itself, how it knows how to begin and how to end. In, the bell sounds. Out, it softens and returns to sky. Then the little terrace of stillness, a footstep of silence that asks for nothing at all. The caretaker struck the bell again, once, with affection rather than force. The note draped itself around the eaves. The novice felt it in his mouth, in the soft place under the tongue, in the fingertips that had been trying to be disciplined all day and now discovered a better word than discipline: kindness. When the sound grew thin as silk and went transparent, the silence that followed did not feel empty. It was warm. It had weight. The novice realized he could sit inside it and be held. "Sound points," the teacher said softly. "Silence holds." The novice nodded, though he didn't know yet what he was agreeing to. He only knew agreement felt like a door opening somewhere behind his breastbone. He became interested in the small noises that remained when the world grew respectful. A moth's wing was a kind of sound. His own swallow was a kind of sound. Even the thought that briefly tried to line up arguments, Sound teaches because made a sound as it entered, and thankfully as it left. The teacher showed him a practice. Name what you notice, just a seed of a name, and let it go on, not to collect, only to soften the grasp. The novice tried, hearing, warmth on cheek, cool at the tip of the nose, pulse in the wrists, thought, a little ribbon of worry. The ribbon loosened as soon as it was named. The room grew larger again. The teacher stood, lifted the mallet, and this time tapped the rim a little higher. The tone shifted, thinner, quicker to brighten, quicker to fade. Even bells change their speech depending on where you meet them, he said, and silence changes depending on how you arrive. They moved to the doorway where night breathed in and out of the garden as easily as the novice breathed in and out of his chest. The teacher pointed to the water basin beside the path. A single drop fell from the bamboo spout, met water, and made a round sound that was most of the way to silence already. Ripples carried the moment to the stone rim and back again. By the time the waves returned, the drop had become part of what it had joined, not lost, but found. If you like, the teacher said, let your worries be like a drop. Let them meet the larger water of your breath. The novice imagined the small, bright drop of a thought, about tomorrow's chores, about a word spoken too quickly to a friend, falling into the bowl of his chest. Plop. Ripples moved out, a brief tightening around the eyes, a pinch in the jaw. Then the movement returned to smoothness on its own. He hadn't pushed, he had only watched. Something in him trusted the larger water. They returned to the bell. The teacher sat and the novice sat, and there was a long piece of quiet that did not hurry towards sound. In that quiet, memories tiptoed through, as memories do when they sense the house is not patrolled by a difficult guard. The novice remembered being very small the first time he heard thunder, how the world had seemed to crack open and then become more itself. He had covered his ears then, and then removed his hands, curious to know if the next thunder would be different. It was, and it wasn't. The teacher struck the bell with a lighter touch, so light that the first thing you noticed was not the note, but the promise of it, as if sound had to gather itself from the corners to make an entrance. The novice smiled without intending to. He felt how the body had its own bells. The lungs rang, the heart rang, even the muscles in the back rang when they let go after holding too long. The note fades, the teacher had said once before, but what it wakes remains. If you like, place a hand, lightly, near your heart or on your belly. Feel the bell you carry. It needs no mallet. It needs only your attention to become audible. With each inhale, sense the tone emerging. With each exhale, sense the resonance ride out to the edges of you, and then the soft clearing in which nothing needs to be done. That clearing is not empty of you. It is the room in which you can set yourself down. The novice opened his eyes and found the teacher looking at the mallet as if it were a character in a story he had read many times and still loved. There are days, the teacher said, when I do not ring the bell at all. The mind is ringing enough. Then I sit and listen for the moment after each thought ends. It is the same silence after the bell. He smiled. Some days there are many bells. Some days there are many endings. Both are generous. They practice together, listening for the start of a thought, the first syllable of a complaint, the first note of a plan, then listening through it, not scolding, not feeding, and noticing the exact instant it left. That instant was surprisingly easy to miss because the mind likes entrances and has less to say about exits. But once you notice one exit, you notice them everywhere. Endings happen constantly. Little kindnesses you can step into like pools of shade. A breeze slipped into the hall and laid a cool hand on their cheeks. The bell rope moved half a finger's width and stopped. A gecko clicked from the wall with its wooden toy voice. The teacher said, "Even the breeze rings the bell that is the skin. Even the gecko rings the bell that is attention. Even this sentence rings the bell that is meaning." And then, silence again, the home we always return to. The novice felt himself getting drowsy, but not the clumsy kind that fights for pillows. It was a drowsiness with good manners, one that bowed before entering and asked where it might place its hat. He let his eyes close. Behind the eyelids there was an amber field, not dark, not bright, where the bell's last note could have stayed forever, and yet wisely did not. "If you like," the teacher's voice came, as if from the doorway of a dream. "Let's learn the long ring." He explained without explaining. Inhale a little slower than usual. Let the body fill the note. Exhale a little longer than usual. Let the note travel and travel until it must become silence. Rest a heartbeat there. Then begin again. No counting if that makes you tight. Only a little longer in, a little longer out, and the small porch of stillness. The novice did this, and with each cycle, his bones felt heavier in the honest way that good stones do. The mind, which had been industrious all afternoon, checked its list and discovered for once that everything important had been accomplished, or would be by others. It put away its toolbox. It took off its shoes. The teacher struck the bell one last time, not to wake anything but to confirm the work of falling away. The note rose and met the room already ready to receive it. The novice felt it wash through him and carry a few unimportant things with it, like a tide that, coming in, brings shells and going out, brings nothing but clearer sand. They stayed after the sound was gone. The teacher did not fill the silence with teaching, because the silence was already teaching. The novice did not fill the silence with gratitude, because gratitude was already present, like a scent that keeps no ledger. At last the teacher stood and covered the bell with its cloth, the way you cover a sleeping child. The cloth made no sound, and the teacher's hands learned from it and moved as if carrying a vow. The novice stood too, and found the floor more interested in holding him than it had been earlier. He bowed. The teacher bowed. There was no reason given because none was needed. They stepped out into the courtyard. It was almost entirely dark now, the sky holding 3 stars in a wide triangle, and keeping for the moment all the others to itself. From somewhere beyond the wall came a single human laugh, the kind that means, "It's all right after all." The novice felt the laughter ring him and leave a smile, then disappear into the large quiet that held everything like a bowl holds many fruits without sorting them. "Before you sleep," the teacher said as they walked the corridor, "hear the bell a few times inside. Not with ears, with the place that knows when a thought is finished." How will I know it's finished? The novice asked, sincerely, the way a child asks the night how deep it is. You will not hear it leaving, the teacher said. You will notice you are already in the room it left. That noticing is the lantern. That room is rest. Later, lying on his mat, the novice did as he was told without effort. Breath rang, breath faded, a small space opened, and the body walked into it as naturally as a hand slides into a sleeve. Thoughts arrived, tried to begin their shows, then dimmed their own lamps, not scolded, only less interested in applause. Worries knocked, and, receiving a glass of water and a blanket, fell asleep on the porch. If you like, you can let this happen for you. In. The bell sounds, round, unforced, out. It softens, long, kind. Then the small landing at the bottom of the stairs, where nothing climbs and nothing descends. Visit that landing again and again. Let it become familiar. Let it become home. A last breeze wandered through the temple and took nothing. The bell rested under its cloth, and in the resting it taught as much as it had in the ringing. The night pressed its cool palm to the roof. The garden collected dew like quiet stars on every leaf. The teacher slept, and his breath made that same good note, then that same good space. The novice slept, learning without trying. And you, your own room remembers. The air is gentle. The bed receives without question. The bell within you rings and fades, and the space between bells is wider than you expected. It holds you completely. There is nothing to add, nothing to remove. Only this, a body resting in a silence that is alive, a mind resting in a quiet that does not need it to be clever, a heart resting in the simple knowing that between any two moments of noise there is a door that opens, a soft floor, and a light left on, just for you. The garden path was a pale thread sewn through the dark, a simple line that knew its way from the gate to the old stone bench and back again. Gravel whispered underfoot when someone passed, and then the night resumed its own quiet grammar. Crickets stitching a steady seam, a distant water basin counting seconds with falling drops, bamboo murmuring the old story it never finishes. Near the bend in the path, a lantern hung from an iron hook. Its light was not loud. It made a small, warm room in the air and let the rest of the world be shadow. Inside the lantern, a wick stood like a polite spine, drawing oil upward to make flame. The flame wasn't hurried. It leaned, lifted, steadied, then swayed when a breeze wandered by, always returning to itself. The glass panels showed what fire looked like when it remembered to be humble. Gold where it bloomed, honey where it thinned, ember at its core. Moths arrived as the evening deepened, each a scrap of dusk that had decided to move. They circled, wove, circled again, their wings making the faintest paper sound, the soft brush of intention against an old habit. One moth, larger than the others, drew close until the heat surprised it. It bumped the glass, a tiny thud you felt more than heard, retreated, then bumped again. It traced quick ovals in the lantern's glow, drew its furred body toward brightness, and forgot there was a sky. It forgot the moon resting on the temple roof like a silver bowl. It forgot the slow river of stars. It knew only one square of warm light, with four edges it could not cross. A monk stepped onto the path with a soft creak of sandals. He carried a small jar of oil, a cloth, and the evening's patient attention. He was neither young nor old, He was the age of someone who has learned the names of ordinary things and kept them. He bowed to the lantern the way you bow to a friend who always arrives early. The moth, rattled by the motion, flurried harder. The monk waited, because waiting is part of opening. He unlatched the tiny brass catch and eased one panel outward. The hinge answered with a sound so small you had to be very quiet to hear it. The flame breathed differently in the new air. The moth circled, then drifted away from the glass, uncertain, then certain, then gone, a pale leaf taken by a higher breeze. It passed over the path and out into the garden, where the moon made a larger lantern of the whole night. The monk watched it go. He touched the wick with the tip of a stick, trimming it a little so smoke would be shy. He poured a slow thread of oil until the pool below gleamed like an eye learning to stay open. He wiped the glass with a cloth that remembered other nights, other wings, other fingerprints of heat and dust. When he closed the panel, the catch found itself again with a click, as clean as a thought that finally chooses to end. If you like, this is a good time to notice the small lantern in your chest, your breath steadying itself the way flame steadies in a careful draught. In, the warm room of air arrives. Out, the room widens and the walls fall away. There is light enough to see the next moment and dark enough to rest in. The path waited. The garden leaned closer. Two frogs spoke to each other as if discussing the cost of water. A gecko appeared on the stone wall with the solemn wooden toy sound of its call and then froze, a little punctuation mark in the sentence of night. Fireflies rose from the damp edge of the path, slow green commas that asked the air to remember softness. More moths came, small, quick, uncertain. They stitched tight circles against the glass. They forgot they had other choices. The monk watched with the affection one has for foolishness that hurts no one. He unlatched the door again and held it open on his palm. A stripe of warm light lay across his wrist. The nearest moth widened its orbit, wobbled, and found itself outside the square. It hesitated, then pointed its soft body toward the cedar, where moonlight combed the needles into silver fur. The monk made no speeches. He didn't shoo or scold. He offered a door and let flight remember its nature. When the glass clouded with breath from the warmer air inside, he wiped a circle clean, not for himself, but for any wandering eye that needed a way through. He sat on the stone bench and let the garden introduce itself again. The lantern's light touched his cheekbones and left the rest of him to the moon. His thoughts arrived like moths. First one, then another, then a cluster. All of them attracted to the bright little box of a problem he had carried most of the afternoon. He felt the familiar bump, again, against the glass of an answer he could not enter. He smiled, because this is what minds do. Then he practiced what he had practiced for years. He unlatched the door. Sometimes opening is a question spoken gently into the middle of a thought. What if I don't need to solve you now? Sometimes it is a breath felt all the way down to the belly. Sometimes it is the simple act of looking up, first at the lantern, then at the sky, and noticing the difference between heat and light, between what warms you quickly and what lets you see far. If you like, you can do that where you are. Imagine the thought that has been bumping at you as a small winged thing. Do not crush it. Do not chase it. Notice the glass. Notice the latch. Let your next exhale be a hinge. Open. See how the thought behaves when there is space larger than the box it was sure held the only answer. A night breeze came from the river, carrying the clean, dark smell of water and stone. It threaded through the pines, admired the moon, found the monk, and cooled his face. The flame nodded, recovered, nodded again. The moths felt the change and shifted their paths. A few floated out into the wider dim where the lantern's edge gave way to the garden's patience. Some stayed, circling the square, content with the near sun. Neither group was wrong. The world had room for both. A novice passed along the path, moving slowly so the gravel would keep its secrets. He paused, watching the delicate, ridiculous persistence of wings against glass. "Why do they do that?" he whispered, as if even a whisper might scorch. "They chase what seems brightest," the monk said, not unkindly. "Sometimes we all do." "Should we move the lantern?" the novice asked. "Or keep the door open?" "We can tend the flame and open the door," the monk said, "but we cannot fly for them." The novice nodded, and in the nod, something inside him untied a little knot it had been guarding. He stood beside the monk and let his shoulders fall a finger's width. The lantern breathed. The moon considered a cloud and decided against it. A small drama unfolded at the edge of light. A spider's thread glinted between two stalks of grass. A travelling moth found it and did not panic. Its legs felt for the pattern that held it. It stilled, then tugged at the exact strand that would slacken the geometry, and freed itself with the patience of someone who has escaped before. It drifted upward and out, as if the web had been only a reminder about attention and nothing more. The monk refilled the oil again, not because it was needed yet, but because kindness likes to arrive before necessity. He checked the wick. He turned the lantern a quarter toward the path, so its light would lie where sandals fell. He held open the panel without looking to see who would accept the invitation, the way you hold a door for a stranger who may be 2 steps behind or 20. If you like, imagine the door you can hold open for yourself, a small habit of easing. It might be the unclenching of a jaw. It might be letting a memory set itself on the porch instead of in your lap. It might be breathing long enough that a worry realizes it can lie down and sleep without you watching it. Above, the night's larger lamp continued without effort. The moon poured a silver path across the tiled roof, ran it down the gutter, and spilled it onto the stones. In that light, colours reconsidered themselves. Green to pewter, brown to black tea, white to a quieter white. The lantern's glow and the moon's wash overlapped, and the garden became an alphabet of shadows. The monk read a few letters and decided the story they made could be finished in the morning. A moth dappled with graphite, wings like charcoal thumbs, landed on the monk's sleeve and rested there. A tiny breathing punctuation mark. He did not brush it away. He felt the tick-tick of its body, the thread of life thinner than a reed and just as persistent. After a while, it left on its own, following a curve only it could feel. He thought of the day's busyness, the lists, the conversations, the moment he almost said a sharp thing and didn't, the moment he didn't, and wished he had spoken with more courage. All of them were moths of a kind. All of them had flown hard at a small square of brightness and forgotten the wider sky. He didn't scold them in hindsight. He opened the door for them now, one by one, the way he had for the night insects. He imagined each thought feeling a new breeze on its wings, hesitating, then choosing to drift toward the larger light where the world is not made of panes and catches and frames, but of distances and nearnesses that require no permission. The novice, seeing the panel open again, asked, "Won't the flame go out?" "Not from a little freedom," the monk said. He cupped his hand near the opening, not to block air, but to show the flame how to keep its shape without clinging. "It burns more cleanly this way." They sat for a long time without naming it long. The lantern kept its small promise. The moon kept its larger one. The crickets complained about nothing at all, together. Somewhere, far off, a dog made a single remark about the moon and then retired. The water basin dropped the evening into time, and made no mistake. If you like, lengthen your exhale by a fingertip. Let it slip out of you like a moth leaving a warm window for cooler fields. In ease enters, out, space returns, in, the nearness of the little light, out, the relief of the wider one. When the first drowsiness came, it was the respectable kind that removes its shoes and speaks in a library voice. The novice bowed and went on along the path, his shadow walking with him like a careful friend. The monk rose and checked the hook, the catch, the steadiness of the post. He opened the door one more time for any late wanderer, then closed it softly. The flame settled into a wise, low brightness, a companion for those who might yet come by and need to see where to place a foot. He turned toward the hall. On the step, he paused and looked back. The lantern made a small, tender world inside its glass. Beyond it, the moon made a vast, tender world of everything else. Somewhere between them, perhaps exactly where he stood, was the simple place humans get to live, warm enough to be comforted, open enough to be free. Later, when he lay down, he kept a version of the lantern in himself and a version of the door. A thought fluttered up to the light. Bump, retreat, bump. He smiled in the dark and unlatched, opened, aloud. The thought drifted into the night. Another came, more insistent. He breathed, made a doorway of his ribs, and let it pass. The flame of awareness did not extinguish. It burned cleaner, softer, friendlier. If you like, do this now. Picture your mind's lantern steady in the quiet room of your skull, a calm, small flame. Feel the panel at the front of it, your jaw, your throat, unlock and ease. When a worry bumps the glass, open. When it drifts away, don't call it back to argue. Keep enough light to see the next gentle thing. Give the rest to the sky. The moths were elsewhere now, on the cedar, near the pond, in the moon. The lantern wore a faint smudge of their visits the way a day wears fingerprints. The garden accepted everything and made no ledger. Dew gathered like a soft agreement on the edges of leaves. The moon slid a fingertip toward the horizon. The flame dozed. A cat in a window it trusted. Sleep came the way a moth finally chooses the larger light, not as conquest, not as defeat, but as a change in what the wings know. It arrived without a headline. The door, kindly, was open. The lantern glowed enough to watch the first dream step into the room and take off its travelling cloak. And above the roof, beyond the garden, the wider light kept being wide, kept being light, available to any wing that remembered it had the sky. The path to the pond curved through grasses that held the day's heat like a last thought. Evening gathered in layers, first a soft gold across the field, then a blue that smoothed the edges of trees, and finally the tender dark that makes sounds gentler and movements slower. A child walked with a smooth pebble hidden in his fist. Beside him, his father carried nothing. Carrying nothing is its own kind of weightlessness. They came to the water's edge where lilies made islands and reeds drew green lines against the sky. Midges spun in small galaxies above the surface. A dragonfly stitched quick shining seams between patches of light. Somewhere to their left, a frog announced himself once and then reconsidered, letting silence reclaim the sentence. The pond looked like a mirror that had learned the art of kindness. It reflected what it could and forgave the rest. The child knelt and opened his hand. The pebble was ordinary, grey with a white vein through it, the shape of a thumbprint. He rolled it across his palm as if introducing it to the night. "Ready?" the father asked. Not because the stone needed readiness, but because the child did. The throw was simple, a small arc, the sound of fingers letting go, the neat plop. The water accepted the gift without argument. Rings formed at once, clear as glass plates. They widened, touched a lily pad, made it nod, reached a reed and made it bow, met the shore and returned. Faint, wider, almost a memory now, and then lay down into stillness as if they had always intended to rest there. "See?" the father whispered. "Even a small stone changes the world." They watched the last circle fade. The boy's shoulders, which had been lifted by excitement, lowered. He reached for another pebble and then paused, hearing something in the pause that interested him more than the throwing. The father placed a hand on his back, right between the shoulder blades, where breath can feel seen. "You can try with your breathing," he said. "A stone is a breath. A ripple is how the body listens to it. If you like, you can try now. Inhale gently, as if picking up a smooth stone with your whole chest. Exhale slowly, as if setting it onto water. Watch the ring of relaxation move outward, across the shoulders, down the arms, through the ribs, into the belly, to the hips, the legs, all the way to the soles of your feet. When the ring reaches the shore of you, let it return as ease." The child did not know the words for any of this and did not need them. He breathed and felt the quiet change shape around him. Crickets began to test their violins in the grass. The first star lit itself in the east, cautious and exact. The pond's skin went from silver to a deeper, slower metal. "May I throw another?" the child asked. "Of course," the father said, "but try this. Choose a softer stone for a softer ripple." The child searched and found a pebble so small it was almost nothing. He turned it over with finger and thumb, and then let it fall from a height just above the water. The sound was less a note than the memory of one. The ripples were faint, but they travelled just the same, touching the same things. Lily, reed, shore, you. The father smiled. Strong changes, gentle changes, both travel. They sat on a flat rock warmed by the leftover day. The father took off his sandals and slid his feet forward until his toes felt the cool lip of mud. The child mimicked him. A heron, pale and precise, lifted from the far bank and arrowed toward the last light. The pond held the bird in its mirror, then let it go. Let's count the rings, the father said. He dropped a small stone near the lily pads. 1, 2, 3. The circles went out until they were simply the surface itself, indistinguishable from the pond. It's the same with thoughts, he said. They arrive, they touch the shores of us, and then they become the quiet again. We forget that part and think the ring is forever. The boy nodded with the solemnity children bring to simple truths. He picked up a leaf that had landed near his knee and floated it on the water. It became a green boat without needing permission. A tiny current nudged it toward open space. If you like, put one of your worries on such a boat in your mind. Not to banish it, not to scold it. Place it gently, like a sleeping animal you don't want to wake. Set it on the water of your breath and watch it move. Let the ripples carry it farther from the tight place in your chest. Watch how the pond does not cling to its cargo. Wind came down from the hill and pressed its cool palm to the surface. The pond agreed to be a little rough for a moment, and then remembered stillness again. The father made a slow circle on the water with a reed, a teacher tracing a letter. The body is like this, he said. It knows how to smooth itself if we don't keep poking at the surface. He turned his palm upward, and the boy placed a smoother, flatter pebble there. The father set it on the child's belly and said, "Lie back." The boy stretched out on the rock, his head in the cradle of his father's folded robe, his knees bent. The pebble rose as he inhaled. It fell as he exhaled. Up, down, the simplest tide. A frog spoke again from the reeds, this time with more confidence. Somewhere behind them a door closed with a good, tired sound. "If you like," the father said, and his voice matched the slowness of the evening. "Let's make rings with your breath from the middle of you. First ring to your shoulders, next ring to your arms and hands, next ring to your legs, next ring to your feet, a last ring to your face, your jaw, your eyes. Smooth them all." They did it together, quietly. Shoulders softened, hands went warm and still, legs became heavy in the respectful way stones are heavy. The jaw unlatched its door, the eyes melted back into their sockets, the way stars melt into greater dark. The pebble rode the gentle rise and fall, sailed a tiny sea only one passenger could see. The father told a small story without making it into a lesson. Today, at the market, I let someone go ahead of me. It was nothing. But sometimes a small kindness carries farther than you can follow. Like this, he flicked a seed into the water with his thumb. The circles went out and out. You did something kind today too, the boy thought. He remembered holding the gate for the old woman with the blue scarf while her hands were full of turnips and a loaf wrapped in paper. He had not called it kindness. He had called it being near a door when a door wanted to open. He watched the rings fade and felt them arrive again inside his chest as warmth. If you like, hold the smallest kindness you did today, or the smallest restraint, or the smallest patience. It does not need to be large to travel. Set it on the water of your breath and let the night take it to shores you cannot see. A bat appeared and wrote silent sentences in the air. The lilies closed their white cups. The dragonfly disappeared into whatever sky dragonflies use for sleep. The pond began to receive stars, 1, then 5, then so many that the water looked like a dark field sown with silver seed. The father placed his hand on the boy's chest, over pebble, over heart, and felt both rhythms, the steady drum inside, the slow tide below. Some ripples come from outside, he said. Some from inside. We can choose a few of the inside ones. He sat up and tossed a stone farther out, a small hop, hop, hop across the surface, 3 bright skips, and then surrender. The boy clapped before remembering that night prefers soft celebrations. Skipping is like laughter, the father said. It travels quick. It is light. It also fades and leaves quiet. The quiet is where we sleep. They listened as the echoes of their small joy retreated into the reeds. The father filled his palm with cool water and let it pour back. The boy did the same and giggled at the way cold finds the crease between fingers. The pond didn't mind. It had spent all day being filled and emptied by clouds and wind and the mouths of birds. 2 more rings and smooth again. If you like, the father said, we can practice the letting go ring. He lifted a handful of pebbles, set them down beside the boy, and said, pick one for a thought that kept bothering you today. The boy chose a small, sharp one. Pick one for a thing you wish you had done differently. He chose a rounded one. Pick one for a thing that was good and is over. He chose a flat one with a stripe. Now we'll drop each and watch it travel and finish. No chasing, no fishing, just watch. They did. The sharp thought made quick, tight rings that calmed sooner than expected. The regret made slow, stubborn rings that took their time reaching the shore and then returned as the gentlest bulges of water, like someone deciding to forgive. The good thing made beautiful rings that it was tempting to follow, and then it too became part of the plain's surface. The boy sighed. It was the kind of sigh that cleans a room. Can we be the pond when someone throws a stone at us? He asked finally. Not always, the father said honestly. But we can remember the pond exists. We can find it again. They sat until cool crept through the rock to their bones and asked them to stand. The father rubbed the boy's arms briskly through his sleeves, not to undo the calm, but to keep it warm. They walked the path home. The pond stayed behind, gathering stars, receiving the occasional night insect, hosting the slow thoughts of frogs. On the threshold, the father paused and spoke toward the dark, as if the water could hear, and perhaps it could. Thank you, he said, for what you held and what you gave back. He closed the door softly. Inside, tatami welcomed their feet. The house remembered their weight and agreed to hold it. Later, in bed, the boy brought the pond with him. He placed a pretend stone on his chest with his hand, cool palm, a memory of water, and watched a ring spread across his body. In. The stone rises. Out. The rings go. He imagined his pillow as shore, his blanket as the warm night air, his heartbeat as the frog who speaks once and then rests. He let a small worry climb into a leaf boat and pushed it toward the middle. He let a small joy skip itself 3 times and sink into sweetness. He let the echoes fade. He did not check to make sure. He trusted that fading was the pond's profession. If you like, you can do the same. Feel where your body touches what is holding you. Let your breath be a quiet stone, not thrown hard, simply placed. In. A gentle lift. Out. A widening ease. Imagine the ring reaching your shoulders and untying a tiny knot. Imagine it reaching your hands and asking each finger to loosen. Imagine it reaching your belly and smoothing it the way water smooths sand. Imagine it reaching your hips, your thighs, your knees, and telling them they do not need to stand guard now. Imagine it reaching your feet and asking the last of your effort to flow out through your heels into the soft ground of the bed. Silence widened like the pond under stars. The boy's breath settled into the soft rhythm that means the door between waking and sleep has been left on its latch. The father, in the next room, lay back and felt his own rings settle. He thought of the small kindnesses that had travelled away from him all day and hoped they had found shores that needed them. He thought of the stones he would not throw tomorrow. He thought of nothing at all. The pond, untroubled by the plans of men, held the sky steady. A breeze slipped once through the open window and tidied the curtains. An owl measured the night with a single question, and, satisfied by its own answer, moved on. The water at the edge of the reeds lapped once, then rested. If a thought came, it looked at the calm surface and decided it could arrive in the morning instead. If a dream came, it took off its shoes and sat on the dock, feet in the easy cool, thinking kind thoughts about boats. The stone lay where it had fallen. The rings had gone where rings go. The pond kept doing what ponds do, reflecting, receiving, returning. The house did what houses do, sheltering, softening, reminding. And the bodies within did what bodies know best when given permission. They slept deeply in a world that keeps changing in small, round ways, every touch travelling farther than we know, every ripple a letter in a long, gentle message. You can rest now. The path began where the last gardens thinned into bracken, a simple line of earth and stone that leaned up the mountain as if it trusted your feet before you did. Twilight made everything honest. The fields below were rectangles of darkening green. The streams were silver threads that hummed without moving. Gravel whispered under your sandals and then said nothing. A bird in a low branch tucked its head and made its body small, practicing sleep before night had officially arrived. The air carried the day's warmth near the ground and a cool resin scent where pines shouldered the slope. Each breath blended both, like a cup with warm tea and a cool rim. You placed a foot, then another. The path accepted both without comment. Small, round stones shifted, then settled. Dust remembered your step and then forgot, so the next step could feel like the first. A beetle crossed in front of you in a straight, faithful line, untroubled by the size of your journey. Above, a wisp of cloud unstitched itself from the ridge and floated west, going nowhere in a way that felt like going home. If you like, let your walking be your breathing. In lift, out place. In lift, out place. The calves loosen by themselves when you stop asking them to hurry. The shoulders discover they do not need to be ears. The jaw, reassured by the quiet of the hill, unclenches and remembers it is a hinge, not a lock. The first switchback turned you toward the valley and then away again. Each bend offered a slightly different world. Here the dark thread of a river, there the pale stripe of a road, here a farmhouse roof, taking the last light like a clean bowl. You bowed without thinking, not with your spine, but with your looking. To bow is only to agree that something is worth your time. The mountain understood and offered more. A thin bell rang from the village, a single note stitched into distance. The sound climbed without effort and touched the edge of your awareness, then rested somewhere in the pines, as if bells too wanted to sit down after a long day. You climbed past a low stone, flat and generous, the kind of place a traveller becomes still and calls the stillness rest. On its surface, someone had piled 3 smaller stones. 1, 2, 3. Nothing more than a can. Everything more than a can. You added a pebble, because even strangers can share the work of pointing. It made a little clink, like a secret handshake. The slope steepened. Roots of old trees braided across the path, slow lightning frozen in wood. You stepped on them the way you step on the hardened veins of your own history. Carefully, thankful for the grip they lend, aware of the places they rise to trip the hurried. The air cooled 1 degree, then another. Somewhere, a fox had crossed earlier. Its prints were commas in damp soil, pausing between statements only it could read. You kept your pace simple, the way truth is simple when you stop trying to decorate it. A shrine waited in a curve where wind liked to linger, a box of cedar, a roof that remembered rain, a paper charm that had learned how to flutter without tearing. Someone had left a persimmon, orange even in the blue of evening. Someone else had left nothing but a breath shaped into gratitude. You had nothing the shelf required, so you offered exactly that. A breath that arrived full and left with its hands open. The charm nodded once. The next stretch threaded a stand of bamboo-like grass. Its blades rubbed and whispered the gossip of slopes. A boar came down last night. The juniper above is late with berries. The hawk prefers the northern thermals this week. You could almost see the words in the way the leaves shivered. The path tipped and then levelled, and your feet learned the small chant of flat ground after steady climb. A cricket took up your rhythm and made it music. You didn't correct it. It knew what it was doing. If you like, count 3 steps of breath in and 5 of breath out. Not with numbers, but with length. A little longer in, a little longer out. By the 3rd bend, the heart chooses the slower drum. By the 4th, the mind turns its face toward the horizon and forgets what it came to argue about. The mountain opened a window without walls, a gap in the trees where the valley presented itself like a guest who has washed and put on a clean shirt. Fields softened to quilt. The river became a pale wrist vein. Smoke rose in 2 places and joined the upper air without complaint. You didn't clap. You bowed again, this time with the top of your head, and something inside you, some panel you hadn't known was a panel, unlatched. Wind touched that place and passed through. You walked again. Pine needles made a red-brown carpet and released their scent when your foot asked politely. A white feather lay on the path, an answer without a question. You picked it up and then let it fall back exactly where it had been, as if your hand had needed to learn the weight of yes and the weight of return. A spider's web spanned the space between 2 twigs at knee height. You stepped around it and felt the satisfaction of not breaking what didn't belong to you. Night was not yet here, but it had sent a scout. The shadows learned their evening job and stretched confidently. The sky expressed a deeper blue that would have been a name in another language. A bird, late to its nest, passed overhead and made a single corrective note. I am coming. The hill agreed and made a place for it. You reached a place where water crossed the path in thin threads. The mountain is generous with lessons. This one was called Go Gently. The stones were mossy. You did not step on the green. You found the rough grey between and let your toes find purchase like fingers. On the far side you paused, not to congratulate yourself, but to hear the small song of water making up its mind between two pebbles. It chose both. A slope of low shrubs teased the sky with tiny fists of buds. In their shadows, small moths rehearsed the night. You remembered other lanterns, other moths, the way light inside glass is enough for a while, and then the sky asks your eyes to widen. The mountain path is the sky's way of teaching you to widen without scolding. A rest ledge appeared, the kind of stony shelf that says, "Sit." You sat. The rock held the day's warmth and offered it through the thin of your clothes. You placed your palms behind you and leaned back until the stars came into the story. Not yet many, not yet bold, but there, pricking holes for the dark to breathe. If you like, let yourself lean in the same way, into the pillow, into the chair, into the kindness of whatever is holding you. There is a difference between collapsing and being held. The mountain teaches the second. Below, a herd of goats moved like a single thought, changing its mind. Bells made small circles of sound that overlapped and then resolved. Above, the ridge cut a precise line between what begins and what continues. Your breathing had become so quiet that it belonged to the hillside. The mind tried to bring up a ledger, then remembered it had left its pen at home and laughed once without sound. You stood when standing, returned with the ease of a yawn. The path offered you stone steps set by hands you would never meet. Each rise was a question. Will you take the next one as a step and not a test? You did. Your thighs did their honest work. Your spine lengthened because the world in front of you kept lifting the horizon. Breath steady. Thoughts softer. A mosquito asked for a little of your attention and received it briefly, then no longer. The evening forgave both of you. A low wall appeared, stacked rocks with a hole where a door might have been in another life. Through it, the view widened and gentled at once. A sweep of valley, a darker hem of forest, then hills behind hills, each bluer than the last until the far line was more idea than geography. You did the simplest thing. You placed your hands together without pressing, thumbs lightly touching, and bowed, not to the view as if it were a performance, but to the fact that you were included in it without audition. When you walked on, the path changed character, as paths do when they approach what they have been about all along. The stones were bigger, set farther apart. The wind ran a thin, cool finger along the back of your neck. A pine on the right had survived lightning. Its crown was a black fork. Its trunk, alive at the edges, smelled of sap and patience. You placed your palm on its bark and felt a slow hymn under the skin. Whether imagined or real didn't matter. You said a wordless thank you, and felt it return through your hand, up your arm, into the hinge where breath meets shoulder. If you like, place your own hand on whatever is near, a blanket, your chest, the wood of a bedside. Let the texture teach your palm. Soft, warm, grain, pulse. The world is always offering surfaces that say, here, right here, this is enough. The last turn surprised you with kindness. The hut was smaller than the idea of a hut, exactly the size a person needs, and no larger, perched as if listening to both valley and sky. Its roof had learned how to shrug off storms. Its door stood open in the way doors do when the person inside trusts the weather and both kinds of travellers. A small pile of wood by the lintel wore twine like a belt. A ladle hung from a nail near a rain barrel, whose surface held the first star like a coin in a jar. You stepped onto the threshold and paused so your eyes and the room could meet without haste. Tatami, a low table, a simple brazier with 2 polite flames, a folded blanket the colour of dark tea, a cup already waiting without wanting anything from you. The smell of cedar and smoke and clean cloth. It was not luxury, it was what wealth would be if wealth learned humility. You set down what you had carried. You didn't know until then how much of what you carried had never been in your pack. The hut was a bowl. You climbed in and realized you were the tea. There was a note on the table, brushstrokes like a friendly river. Welcome, traveller. Warm water in the kettle. The cups know their work. The blanket knows yours. A place for shoes. A place for breath. A place for sleep. You did as the note suggested, even though it had not told you what to do. You poured water. The steam rose and wrote brief lines that disappeared before the mind could read them. You wrapped both hands around the cup and felt heat decide to trust your skin. The first sip was not a taste, it was a temperature stepping from the mouth to the chest. The second sip remembered the hillside and the fog and the hands that had picked leaves. The third sip was only the third sip, which is more than enough for any evening. The hut had a small window that faced a perfectly unnecessary star. You stood in front of it and let the star happen to you. It did not do anything a star needs to brag about. It simply insisted quietly on the exactness of its point. You softened your eyes and it became 4 points, then 1 again, then a softness with a heart. Your breath answered with similar precision. If you like, bring a star to where you are. It could be the smallest light in the room, or the memory of a light on the back of your eyelids. Look softly until looking becomes holding. Let one thought drop away with each exhale, like pebbles you set down as you climb, and do not pick them up to admire your progress. The mountain does not keep trophies. The mountain keeps paths. You unrolled a sleeping mat in the corner where the room's quiet pooled the deepest. The blanket waited exactly where unfolding would be easiest. You sat and felt the ground say, "I have you." The hut made a small sound when the wind changed its mind. The wood adjusted its shoulders and settled. You lay down and turned your head toward the door so the night could look in and see that all was well. Before you closed your eyes, you walked the day again, but as if along a ridge where perspective was generous. Morning's small mistake, midday's unnecessary rush, afternoon's kindness you almost didn't notice. Each scene bowed and continued on its way. You didn't invite any to stay. You didn't send any away. They knew their jobs. So did you. The brazier made a sound like a cat that trusts the house. The kettle thought about humming and decided not to, the way a friend sometimes decides the best conversation is shared silence. You drew the blanket to your shoulders and felt the precise weight that tells the body where it ends and the world begins, and how those edges are not hard lines but places where warmth negotiates with air. If a thought climbed the steps of the hut, you met it at the doorway and offered it tea on the porch. You let it speak for as long as it needed and then watched it remember another appointment with another traveller and leave with good manners. If a worry arrived, you handed it the extra pillow and pointed to the corner where the floor is patient. It lay down and discovered that patience is contagious. If hope came, it didn't glow. It sat beside you, shoulder to shoulder, and looked out at the same star without needing to own it. You practiced what the mountain had been teaching since the path began. Progress that does not hurry. In breath, a step. Out breath, a step. In breath, receiving. Out breath, releasing. Small muscles that try to help all day went off duty. The little ones around the eyes. The ones that grip the jaw. The ones that hold the story of the shoulders. The big muscles, honest workers, found their hammocks. Wind crossed the roof like a hand smoothing a blanket. The hut answered with a soft creak that did not ask you to solve anything. Far below, a dog said one sentence to the night, and the night, unsurprised, filed it under village sounds and continued being vast. The valley's river, having accepted the day's tasks, whispered to stones about history and surrender and fish. You listened, without understanding, and understood everything you needed. If you like, let the mountain path continue in you while you do not move. Feel the slope of your breath. Step, step. Rest. Imagine the switchbacks of thought gently turning you away from and then back towards the same wide view until wanting to arrive loosens. And the place you are, the small hut of your body, becomes the summit you'd been looking for. Later, when sleep came up the path, it did not wear boots. It took off its shoes at the door and tucked them neatly beside yours. It bowed to the hut. It bowed to you. It lay down as if it had been expected all along, which it had. You did not have to invite it twice. The blanket's edge made a soft line along your shoulder and taught the skin the language of safe. Your hands, having spent so much of the day offering and adjusting, discovered the grace of doing nothing at all. The tongue set itself in the cradle of the mouth with no opinion about words. The eyes turned their gaze around and faced the dark with trust. Outside, the ridge matured into silhouette. The stars became bolder. The moon, deciding on an hour, rose in a slow arc and placed a square of silver on the floor near your bed, a visiting card left by a friend who does not need to knock. A moth brushed the window lightly by the old habit of wings. The kettle, with exquisite timing, released one last thread of steam and rested. If you like, picture the path you climbed as a string of lanterns behind you, each one going out as you pass, not from loss, but from completion. At the top, there is no need for lanterns because the sky itself is light enough. Your body knows this and stops lighting thoughts like torches. It stands quietly under the stars and then, wisely, lies down. You dreamed, and the mountain was in the dream, not as a climb, but as a room with many windows, each one opening to a different weather, all of them correct. You walked from window to window, then lay on the floor and let the windows walk to you. In the dream, someone set a warm bowl in your hands and said, "This is your breath." You drank and woke only long enough to feel the blanket and the night resume their conversation over you. When morning thought about arriving, it sent birds ahead to test the sound. A single note from a thrush, a thin thread from a warbler, then the choir. In that first pale light, you might wake for a moment and see the world wear its soft face, the one it keeps for people who have remembered how to rest. You might smile because you climbed, and also because you stopped climbing. But for now, do not touch morning. Let it come when it is ready. Let the mountain carry you the last distance the way you carried yourself the first. Let the path finish the walker. Let the walker become the path. In, the slope of breath rises. Out, the slope of breath descends. The hut holds, the hill holds, the sky holds, and you, at the summit that is only a room with a mat and a blanket, and a window with a single precise star. You are held completely by a world that does not hurry you, a world that meets every step with ground and every rest with welcome. Morning came the colour of straw, and the forest accepted it with the easy politeness of old friends. A woodcutter stepped into the clearing while mist still braided itself among the pines. His axe rode his shoulder like a familiar thought. He had a hillside to thin, a cart to fill, a promise to keep to the people who warmed their houses with the work of his hands. He set his stance, drew a breath that tasted like iron and sap, and swung. The first cuts were clean, the way a song is clean before you notice you're singing it. Chips flew, light and bright, a little rain of pale moons. The tree leaned the way a tired person leans against a trusted wall. He turned to the next trunk, the next, and the next after that. Heat gathered in his back. His breath shortened by one syllable. The sound of the blade changed. Less bell, more thud. By mid-morning, the axe had become a stubborn friend. It still split wood, but each cut asked for more from his shoulders, more from the cords of his forearms, more from the stubborn line of his jaw. The grain of a knot laughed softly, turning the blade aside. He set his feet, swung again. He won, but it cost. The handle hummed in his palms with a tired note he tried not to hear. No time, he muttered, meaning for everything to speed up for the benefit of his schedule, meaning for nothing in particular. An old monk appeared at the edge of the clearing the way a cloud appears. Not there, and then there, with no one able to say exactly when the change happened. He did not stand in the woodcutter's path. He watched the swing, the recovery, the swing again. He watched how the man's breath reached only halfway down his body now, how his face held the shape of a question it had no intention of asking. "Rest," the monk said, as if proposing a cup of water to a person who had just finished speaking. Rest? The woodcutter didn't stop. In his mind, stopping meant falling behind. And falling behind meant a winter of thin fires. I don't have time. The hillside won't cut itself. The monk stepped closer until his sandals touched a scatter of chips. He looked at the blade. Its edge had learned the language of dullness, rounded, a shadow of its morning promise. "Sharpen the axe," he said. The woodcutter set his jaw harder. "No time to sharpen," he replied, swinging again as if punctuation were the work of steel. "Then no time to finish," the monk said gently. The words did not strike. They landed and waited. The woodcutter lifted the axe. The old ache in his shoulder raised its hand and spoke for the first time all season. He lowered the axe. He felt, not defeat, but a door unlatching somewhere behind his ribs. The morning kept being morning. Nothing catastrophic occurred when he didn't swing. "Sit," the monk said. turning to a stump that had been waiting for such a command since it was a tree. They sat. The clearing exhaled. A jay made a single remarking sound, and then let the smaller birds continue their ordinary songs. Resin warmed in the sun and sent a sweetness across the ground. The woodcutter noticed his hands, how they trembled, how the palms remembered the handle, how the fingers kept the shape of gripping even when there was nothing to hold. He set the axe down. The earth accepted it without judgment. From a pouch, the monk drew a whetstone wrapped in cloth. He unwrapped it with the care you give to bread. "Borrow this," he said. "Give it back sharper." The woodcutter took the stone, embarrassed by the gratitude that rose. He fetched a small bucket of water from the creek at the clearing's edge. The water held sky in it, and a leaf, and the faint shadow of his own face. He wetted the stone until it shone like a thought made clear. He placed the blade against it and drew it, slow and even, metal whispering along grit, a sound like rain on a far road. He turned the axe, drew the other side, slow and even. The stone taught patience with each pass. "Breathe with the stroke," the monk said. "In as the blade goes, out as the blade returns. In, out, in, out. The edge is a conversation, not a conquest." He tried it. The breath lengthened of its own accord. The line between his shoulders softened by the width of a finger. He noticed how much of his work had been done by force, when finesse was asking politely to be allowed to help. "If you like, let your breath follow that same path now, an easy draw of air in, as if you were sliding steel along stone. A long exhale out, as if rinsing the edge clean. You don't have to sharpen anything. You only have to match a steady rhythm you already carry." He kept drawing the blade. A fine black ribbon of steel gathered in the water, then drifted away like a thought that had finally said its piece. He ran a thumb across the edge, not along it, and felt the thinness return, a line so exact he could almost hear it. "Again," the monk said, when the woodcutter looked up as if asking for a verdict. "Edges arrive and leave. Bring this one back a little more." They worked like this, stroke, breathe, turn, stroke, until time stopped keeping score. The sun climbed a hand's breadth. A dragonfly rehearsed the geometry of the clearing. The woodcutter's heart found a slower drum, the kind that sounds like it belongs to the body instead of to a clock. "Tea?" the monk asked at last, as if this too were part of sharpening. They drank from a tin cup that smelled faintly of all the camps that had ever used it. The tea carried smoke and grass and relief. The woodcutter laughed once, low, surprised, good. He realized how tightly his face had been holding the day together. "Do you see?" the monk asked. "How stopping is part of going? How sharpening is part of cutting? A pause is not an interruption. It is the hinge that lets the door open." The woodcutter looked at the pile of logs he had already made. He felt the false urgency that had animated his muscles earlier and saw it for what it was, a habit, not a law. He turned the axe in his hands, feeling new keenness in the weight. "If you like," the monk continued, "let your work teach you to sleep. Your breath is the whetstone, your body is the blade. Draw one across the other, slow and even, until the day's roughness turns to water." They returned to the trees together. The woodcutter set his feet and lifted the axe. The first swing after the pause was not powerful, it was accurate. The steel entered wood with a sound that remembered morning, clean, a bell instead of a thud. Chips flew again, lighter now because they had been invited, not evicted. The second swing asked less from his back and more from the line that runs from heel to hand. The third made the cut he had been trying to make for an hour. The work went on. It had to. Winter does not bargain. But now the work had a rhythm that held rest inside it. 10 trees, then a drink. 20 strokes, then one breath with eyes closed, listening to the little creek say what creeks always say. Keep moving, but do not hurry. He wiped the blade, not because it needed to shine, but because he learned that care is shorthand for gratitude. Villagers passed along the distant path, heads turned by curiosity and by the bright sound of the renewed edge. One called, "You're fast today." He answered, "No," sharp, and realized he had spoken a sentence he would remember. Near midday, a knot in a trunk caught him sideways. He would have once met it with a harder swing. Instead, he put the axe down. He put his hand on the warm bark. He listened to what the wood was saying about its grain. He moved his stance half a foot and cut along the line the tree offered. The knot yielded its secret. The logs split like agreement. If you like, consider the knot you met today. Not every knot needs a harder blow. Sometimes a breath beside it reveals the line where it wants to open. Try standing half a foot to the left in your mind. Try letting the body choose finesse before force. Afternoon laid its golden hands on the clearing. The cart filled in a way that did not scold his back. The woodcutter's shirt stuck to him, yes, but not with frustration. When he finally set the axe against a stump and took stock, he found he was less tired than on other days with smaller piles. He was surprised and not surprised. The monk had made a little shade for himself out of patience and a spruce's low branches. He was mending a strap with string that had mended other things before it. He looked up when the woodcutter approached, not to judge, only to join. "You were right," the woodcutter said, which is another way of saying thank you. "About what?" The monk smiled. "About time," he said. "About finishing." They ate rice and pickles from a tin, shared an apple that tasted like a crisp bell. They didn't say much. Birds ran their evening errands between pine and bush. The creek threw a silver ribbon over a stone and retrieved it. The blade lay beside them, a thin, bright curve catching a stripe of sunlight the way a question catches a good answer. "Rest is sharpening," the monk said after a while. "Sharpening is listening. Listening is love wearing work clothes." The woodcutter looked at his hands. They were scarred in the old ways. He flexed them and felt something soften where speech would not reach. "How do I remember this tomorrow?" he asked. "When the hill looks bigger than my back again." The monk handed him the whetstone. "Keep a small stone in your pocket," he said, "not to use on metal in the middle of a field. To touch. When you feel the edge dulling, your patience, your breath, your kindness, put your fingers on the stone and breathe one slow stroke across the day. That will be enough to remember the rest." They packed the cart together. The woodcutter's dog arrived, trotting with the moral certainty of dogs who have inspected every smell between village and hill. It wagged approval at the cart, the men, the tree stumps, at the entire project of wood and winter and home. On the road back, the wheels sang the old wooden hymn. The monk walked a short way with the woodcutter, then stopped, where a side path slipped into shade. "Tonight," he said, "let sleep be your whetstone. Lay your axe down with your body. When a thought tries to keep you standing, turn it like metal on stone, slow, even, and let the day's filings rinse away. You will wake with an edge that does not need noise to be keen." The woodcutter nodded. He touched the stone in his pocket, already warmed by his leg. He set his jaw, not hard this time, but in a way that promised gentleness to it later. "Come by the house," he said. "There will be soup." "I will," the monk said. "And if I don't, the soup will still have done its job warming the room." Dusk turned the village roofs to silhouettes you could recognize by touch. Children played at the pump with the self-importance of those in charge of water. Someone's baby had finally slept, judging by the luxurious quiet outside their door. Smoke lifted from 3 chimneys and met in the open air without arguing about roots. He stacked the wood in his yard, ends neat, faces out, a wall of winter translated into order. He ran a hand along the top course and felt the cool of evening slide beneath his palm. He hung the axe. He didn't put it high, as if exiling it to a corner. He set it at shoulder height, where a hand can rest lightly on it when passing, the way one pauses at a friend's chair. Inside, the room greeted him with the particular gratitude houses offer to those who return without breaking themselves. He washed in a basin. The water turned the colour of effort and then ran clear. He set a pot on the stove and cut onions in half moons that flashed like short pieces of winter light. Oil, a sizzle that decided to be friendly, garlic, a pinch of salt. The alchemy that betrays the secret of every kitchen. Love prefers to be ordinary. He ate with his elbows relaxed, a miracle after days when the body forgets how to sit at ease. He took the stone from his pocket and set it on the table. He did not need it then. He only wanted to see it where he could thank it. He spoke to it in the way people speak to things when they live alone and would like not to. "Good work," he said. "Together. If you like, you can place your own little stone now, real or borrowed from imagination, on the table beside your evening. It stands for pausing. It stands for your right to be sharpened by rest instead of worn down by effort. You don't have to earn it. You only have to touch it with the mind." He tidied the kitchen without theatrics, set a bowl to soak, wiped a knife to shining and laid it in its place. The body rejoices quietly when objects return home. He lit a small lamp. Its circle of light made the room intimate without trapping it. Outside, the night began to do the math of crickets. He listened until numbers became music. When he lay down, the mattress said, "I remember you." The blanket said, "I know exactly how heavy to be." His hands, which had gripped wood and stone and metal all day, did nothing. They were good at it. The dog circled once at the foot of the bed, and then chose a side, sighing the way beings sigh when their job description lists companion as the first line. He did as the monk had suggested. He set the axe down with his body. He pictured the blade and the whetstone, then let the picture fade until only the rhythm remained. In, a slow draw of metal along grit. Out, the rinse into water. In, make keen. Out, grow quiet. After 3 or 4 breaths, it was no longer a picture. It was simply comfort. Thoughts arrived, as they do. A list with loose ends. A comment he wished he had answered differently. A flash of tomorrow's slope. He placed each thought gently against the stone and felt the edge of attention smooth it. He did not scrape. He did not press. He drew it once, twice, then let the water take it away as filings, the bucket filled with black ribbons that did not need to be kept. If you like, borrow that bucket now. Place one concern against the whetstone of your slow exhale. Draw it once. Watch the fine dust of tension fall into the water below your ribs. Place another. Draw it once. Rinse. The water grows dark only to keep you light. Sleep moved through the room, not as a thief taking, but as a neighbour returning a bowl with fresh bread in it. The woodcutter's mouth softened around a smile he did not know he wore. His breath lengthened. The day stepped off the edge of the bed and stood guard facing the door, a kindly sentinel with nowhere to be. The dog dreamed of a field it had already run. On the wall, the hung axe reflected a sliver of moon, thin, bright, a promise. It did not look hungry anymore. It looked ready. The whetstone rested where it had been placed, a small square of tomorrow's ease. Outside, wind traced its fingers through the yard and found nothing that complained. And the forest, which had watched the morning's rush and the noon's remembering, and the afternoon's music of sharp steel, leaned its dark shoulder against the house and listened to the softer sound now, the unremarkable, perfect ring of a body sleeping. Somewhere on the hill, a tree released a cone it had been holding all summer. It fell, struck duff, and settled. Not every work is done by swinging. Much of it is done by letting go at the right time. If you like, set your own axe down. Feel the bed take its weight and yours. In. Draw the breath along the whetstone. Out. Rinse the day into the quiet below. Let shoulders obey gravity. Let the jaw remember its job is not guarding. Let the eyes become cool pebbles at the bottom of a clear stream. You are not stopping the work. You are doing the part of the work that gets forgotten and is the most important. Becoming sharp by being still. Becoming ready by being at rest. The house kept its word and held him. The night kept its word and forgave everything that didn't matter. The blade kept its word and waited without rusting. Morning would come, as it always does, and he would rise, as he always did, and the hillside would still be a hillside. But the first swing would be a bell again, not a thud. And for now, there was nothing to do but sleep, the finest sharpening the body knows. Dawn arrived like a held breath released. The lake lay smooth as glass in a shallow bowl of hills, holding the first pale colours of morning. A thread of silver near the reeds, a soft blue deepening toward the centre, a faint wash of rose where the sky was already practising day. Mist lifted in thin veils from the surface and drifted toward the pines, unravelling as it went. If you stood very still, you could hear the tiniest things. Water tapping reed, a beetle fussing on a leaf, the soft click of a heron's throat far down the shore. The world did not hurry. It arranged itself. A girl and her aunt came along the path, taking careful steps so the pebbles would keep their secrets. The dock was only 3 boards wide and 2 boards long, enough to make a small room in the water. They sat on its edge with their toes almost touching the surface. The girl leaned forward and saw her face gathered perfectly on the lake. Eyes, nose, the small curve of her mouth, even the floating hair that refused to choose a direction. For a moment, she felt the wonder children feel before the mind tells them what things are called. It was only her and the water seeing each other. "Hold your breath for a heartbeat," the aunt whispered, not as an instruction, but as an introduction to the quiet already there. The girl did, and the lake seemed to understand. A breeze remembered its job and came softly down the slope. The surface answered with the slightest shiver. The girl's reflection wavered, grew long, broke into pieces and mended again, then into pieces once more until it was only light and shadow making agreeable bargains. "Where did I go?" she asked, half laughing, half troubled by the way a face can leave without taking its owner with it. "You are here," her aunt said, tapping the girl's chest with a fingertip that knew the exact weight to use. "The lake does not lose you. It only dances." They watched the dance. The ripples found the dock, went under, and came back out the other side with less to say. A water strider wrote quick, light sentences on the skin of the pond, then lifted its needle feet and left no evidence but memory. A carp rose with a soft kiss of air and returned to its old poetry below. The girl's reflection gathered again, clear as a polished coin. "If you like," the aunt said, "let your breathing be like this. In, the face appears. Out, the water moves and it seems to blur. In, the face returns. Out, it changes and is still yours." The girl tried it. Breath in, slow and quiet. Breath out, a little longer, as if giving the lake time to right its ripples. Her shoulders softened without being told to. The dock seemed to hold more of her weight. The morning widened. "Sometimes we stare too hard," the aunt added. "Eyes that grip make ripples even in still water. Try looking softly." The girl loosened her gaze the way you loosen fingers that have been holding a cup too tightly. The edges of things grew kinder. The reeds were still reeds, but now they were also green lines practicing music. The tiny flies above the lilies were not pests. They were a drifting constellation. Her own face in the lake became less a portrait and more a greeting. A dragonfly buzzed near and hovered almost absurdly still. Its reflection hung beneath it, perfectly aligned, two paired creatures sharing one quiet line. "See?" the aunt smiled. "The world loves mirrors." "It is not a trick. It is a way of seeing two kinds of truth at once." "What kinds?" the girl asked, pleased by questions that had more than one good answer. "The truth of the surface," the aunt said, "which changes with every breeze, and the truth underneath, which moves more slowly and only shows itself when you wait." They waited. A long, low wave uncoiled from the far cove where something, maybe a turtle, maybe a shy pine cone, had entered the water. The wave crossed the lake with the dignity of an old story. For a moment, the girl's face lengthened, folded, returned, then steadied. Underneath, she could now make out the darker green of weeds and the grey shoulders of stones. The deep kept its calm. She liked that. "If you like," the aunt whispered, "think of your mind like this lake. Thoughts are breezes, feelings are waves from far coves. Your you is not lost when the picture changes. Underneath, the water knows itself." They did a small experiment. The aunt plucked a reed leaf and laid it flat on the surface by the girl's toes. "This is a thought," she said. "Let's watch what it does without chasing it." The leaf drifted toward the right, turned as if considering a new plan, paused in a tiny eddy, then continued to a patch of shade where it seemed content to stay. The lake did not hold it captive. The lake did not chase it away. The lake offered movement and rest, and the leaf took both. The girl laughed. "I always want to poke things," she confessed, "to make them go where I think they should." "Poking has its place," the aunt said, "but stillness teaches too." She dipped her hand and lifted a glass jar of lake water they had brought for the garden. For a moment, the water in the jar looked like the lake itself, clear at the top, a few bits of leaf and silt suspended, the bottom a sprinkling of whatever the shore had offered. She shook the jar gently. The whole thing went cloudy, a tiny storm of its own weather. "This is what our minds do when we shake them with hurry," she said, setting the jar down. "Let's wait." They waited. The silt began to settle in lazy spirals, slow as snow in a story. The water above cleared by degrees until it was transparent again. The girl could see the pattern of grains at the bottom, interesting in their ordinariness. "It clears by itself," she said, a little wonder returning. "Exactly," the aunt nodded. "If we stop stirring." Down the shore, a small rowboat appeared, oars dipping, lifting, leaving the faintest wrinkles that spread and softened. The boat kept a respectful distance and angled towards the reeds where the morning's fishing might be decent. Its wake reached them in long, shallow folds. The girl's reflected face stretched and broke and became a small jigsaw, then a mosaic, then whole. "I was never gone," she said, more to the water than to her aunt. "You never are," the aunt said, pleased to hear her find it herself. "If you like, you can bring your own lake to mind now." Picture the surface, the day's brightness, the sky's colour, the small winds of thought touching down. Underneath that, picture the deeper, steady layer that does not wish you to be anything other than how you are. Breathe in and let the surface reflect. Breathe out and let the ripples run their course. You do not have to press them flat. The light changed the way light does when it decides to be generous in a new direction. The hilltops took on gold. The shadow of a cloud drifted across the far bank and made a brief second evening there. A pair of swallows flew a low pattern over the lake, drinking as they went. The girl placed her hand on her chest again and felt the small animal of her heart say hello to her palm. "What about storms?" she asked. "What about the big wind and rain?" The aunt considered the lake the way one considers a friend's face. "Storms come," she said. "They roughen the surface, sometimes for a long while. They muddy the edges. They can make it hard to see anything but rain. But the lake remains a lake. It obeys its nature even in weather. And after, the clarity is not something you make happen. It returns because it belongs here." They practiced a silent game, naming without words. The girl watched a thought arrive. "Will I always feel like this?" And she labelled it gently, inside, thinking. Another arrived. "Is that a heron or a crane?" And she labelled it, wondering. A small heaviness tugged at her belly. What heaviness was, she didn't need to know. And she labelled it, feeling. Each label was like a fingertip on water, contact without fuss. Each label let the thing continue on its path without being turned into a problem. "If you like," her aunt said after a while, "try one exhale that is longer than usual and imagine the space it makes traveling from your face to your throat, your shoulders, your chest, all the way to your belly and out to your fingers. That space is the calm beneath the ripples. The girl did. The exhale was not dramatic. It was the kind a door makes when it closes softly and the room finally knows its shape. Something in her back let go of something else that had been holding on. The instant after the exhale was bright and empty in the good way. Then breath returned, as it always does, and the game started over without announcing itself. A cloud stepped between sun and lake. The world cooled 1 degree. The aunt stood and stretched, then lay on her back on the dock with her hands folded under her head. The girl followed. Together, they watched the sky directly and also in its water mirror. 2 views of the same large thing. A hawk traced high circles, above, clear and sharp, below, softer, slightly delayed, like a word repeated fondly. "Do you see the little delay?" the aunt asked. "The lake shows the world, and also takes a moment to make it beautiful in its way. You may do the same. Life happens." She gestured up toward the moving blue. "And you reflect it here." She touched the girl's chest again. "In your own time, in your own way." "Is it all right to take time?" the girl asked, almost whispering to the boards. "It's more than all right," the aunt said. "It's wise." They sat up. The jar had cleared completely now. The silt in a neat layer at the bottom. The water above simple as truth. The aunt poured a little on the girl's hands, and she washed her face with the coolness, letting the drops fall back to the place that had given them. The lake made a new set of circles, received them, forgot them. "Teach me one thing to do when the water in my head is wild," the girl said as they laced their sandals. "2 things," the aunt smiled, holding up 2 fingers. "First, look for 3 quiet sounds, like we did at the bell. Listen, a bird, the breeze in the grass, your own breath. Count them with the inside of your attention. Second, soften your eyes. Not shut, not wide. Soft. The world is less eager to fight with soft eyes." They practiced. The girl heard a cricket rehearsing, the tick of a cooling reed boat someone had left on shore, the steady small tide of her breathing. She softened her eyes, and the outlines of worry lost some of their insistence. It didn't cure everything. It didn't need to. It made room. "Can we come at night?" she asked suddenly, surprising herself. "We can," the aunt said, delighted. "At night the lake keeps stars for a while and returns them in the morning. It is a trustworthy friend." They rose. The dock creaked the way old wood creaks when it approves of something. On the path back through the reeds, the girl took one last look. The surface was plain again. Sky, clouds, a single glimmer where a fish turned. Her face rested there as if it had always known how. If you like, take that image to your bed. Imagine the mattress as a steady shore, the blanket as the calm air above the lake, your breath as the smallest of winds that you can lengthen or still without force. When a thought appears, don't push it under. Let it float, then drift. When a feeling rises like a wave from a distant cove, meet it with the wide, patient shape of the whole body. You do not have to keep the surface perfect. You only have to remember that underneath, the water is clear. Later, when the sky is darker and your room wears its quiet face, You can lie on your back and watch the ceiling the way you watch the sky. If you soften your eyes, tiny constellations appear, the seam of paint, a shadow from the window frame, a small gleam where light forgot to finish leaving. These can be your stars. Your chest will rise. There is your lake lifting its mirror to greet them. Your chest will fall. There is the lake offering them back to the night. If a worry knocks, take it to the dock. Let it look into the water with you. Show it how faces waver and return, how boats pass and the wake fades, how jars clear when left alone. Give it a seat and the sound of 3 quiet things. Offer it the softness of your eyes. If it insists on staying, let it be a leaf in the corner of the cove instead of the wind across the whole surface. If a joy arrives, some simple one, like the way the sheet feels cool at first and then warm, let it skip 3 times and sink sweetly like a flat stone in a friendly game. The rings it makes will touch every shore of you and come back as peace. And if sleep comes, let it step onto the dock with bare feet and sit beside you. It knows this lake well. It knows the depth under the surface and the helpful forgetfulness of the first inches of water where reflections live. It will lean its head on your shoulder, and you will lean your head on sleep. The ripples you made during the day will keep traveling out, touching edges and returning, smaller and smaller, until the lake is plain again. You will rest in that plainness, which is not empty, but full of clear, quiet life. The last thing you might notice is the smallest sound, the breath just after an exhale, when the chest is a mirrored field and even the mind has run out of wind for a moment. That little hush is the whole lake at dawn. Stay there as long as you like. The face returns. The world returns. Morning will too. For now, let everything dance and settle, until the water, and you are the same simple stillness, holding the sky. Night thinned at the edges the way ink lightens when a brush runs out of colour. In the meditation hall, the dark had its own soft architecture. Tatami spreading a quiet grid underfoot, cedar beams holding up a sky of shadow. A single candle making a small gold island on the altar. Its flame sloped and straightened, as if breathing along with the room. The air carried the lightest trace of incense, sweet, woody, almost a memory of a memory. The teacher sat, eyes half-lidded, as the last moments of night passed like a slow river over smooth stones. He wasn't waiting for dawn. He was listening to how dawn arrives when it is tired of pretending it won't. His back knew the shape of the cushion without needing to look. His hands rested one inside the other, thumbs barely touching. A quiet bridge that never needed a parade to prove it was strong. Outside, the world tried its first sounds of morning cautiously. A rooster in the far village offered one note, and then thought better. A leaf let go somewhere in the courtyard and found the ground with intimate certainty. The bamboo fence answered a breeze with a small, articulate click. Inside, the hall absorbed each sound and made it gentler, as if all noise passed through a kindness before it reached the ears. If you like, let your breath soften to match the room. In, a candle rising a fingertip higher. Out, the flame finding its steady line again. You don't have to manage anything. You only have to let the body remember what it learned before you were learning anything at all. A novice slid the door open with the careful quiet of someone washing an old bowl. A thread of dawn blue slipped in and laid itself across the floorboards. He bowed to the room, to the altar, to the teacher, the gesture natural as turning the page of a book. Robes made that low, dry whisper that always sounds like two hands agreeing. One by one, others came the same way, soft steps, a bow that didn't try for drama, a breath that took the room's cue and lengthened by a syllable. The bell rope hung like a patient reed near the door. The teacher stood, gathered his palms, and bowed to the cushion that had held him. He touched the floor with his hands as if the earth had done him a favor, because it had. Then he walked to the bell and tapped it lightly, not to command attention, but to remind attention that it had already arrived. The sound opened from bronze and rolled outward until it wasn't sound so much as space. Even the dust motes turned their faces to it. "Sit," he said, almost laughing, as if the word were a note the room already knew. They sat. Breaths found each other and kept a friendly distance, like neighbours who share a fence and a garden gate. The candle leaned toward its own reflection in the bowl and steadied again. If you like, let your shoulders take their cues from the bell. On the next exhale, let them be the place where sound becomes silence. Notice how the back doesn't need to be a wall, only a tree that knows what standing means even when it is resting. Dawn gathered itself the way a bird gathers a nest. Here a thread of light at the sill. There a pale coin laid on a beam. The candle's glow stopped being the only light and became a companion to the new day's softer silver. Someone's stomach spoke frankly, and then went quiet, sincere and unembarrassed. A cricket, late to bed, tried one more note and realized it did not belong to this chapter. The teacher's voice came like warm water poured from a height that keeps it from splashing. "Let breath move without a boss," he said. "In, notice. Out, notice. Between, a small porch where nothing is required." They visited that porch. In, a room opening. Out, the same room gently emptying. Between, a bright, effortless pause where thought forgot to push. It was the sort of pause you almost miss, because it holds nothing up to the light to be admired. You feel it more than see it, like the moment just before sleep when the body recognizes a friend at the door. A moth discovered the candle and changed its plans 3 times before choosing the wider direction, the window, the paling courtyard, the cool blue that had learned how to be calm without a wick. The teacher watched its arc and smiled with his eyes, which is the safest way to smile in a meditation hall. He spoke again. "Today we'll invite you to bump your head against glass. If you notice the door even once, you have learned enough for many days." They sat. They didn't accomplish anything. The room accomplished them. Breath after breath laid down a path so light you wouldn't know you were walking if the mind didn't occasionally insist on keeping a map. Someone's knee was a field in wind, and then the wind moved on. Someone's jaw remembered the word hinge. Someone's forehead practiced not being the sky. If you like, let your face unlearn effort. Smooth the space between your brows with a breath. Let your tongue rest against the roof of your mouth like a small boat coming to shore. Let your eyes sink back into their warm hollows and watch without gripping. A thread of gold stitched itself along the top edge of the shoji screens. The first real beam entered and folded itself over the polished wood of the altar, revealing the grain like a map to a country with no borders and no customs office. Dust rose and fell as gently as breath. The candle, in deference to this elder light, shortened its flame by a whisper. The teacher lifted the wooden clapper and tapped the mokugyo, the wooden fish, once. Its tone was round and polite, a syllable big enough to step on. They stood for kinhin, walking meditation, and formed a slow river of bodies along the hall's edge. Heel, ball, toes, shift, lift, place. The mind tried to run ahead and was invited back to heel by the foot lifting. It tried to lag behind and was invited forward by the foot placing. Their hands made an easy bowl at the chest, one palm covering the fist, thumbs touching like two minnows at rest. If you like, walk a few steps with them in your imagination, even while lying down. Inhale, lift the breath a little. Exhale, place it gently. Inhale, feel the body carried. Exhale, feel the world hold. You don't need a corridor, you have a rib cage. They sat once more. The teacher spoke in the plain style that you can hang coats on. When thought arrives wearing a crown, he said, bow and let it pass to the seat it has chosen. When feeling arrives barefoot and muddy, bow and let it pass to the seat it has chosen. Your job is not to rearrange the guests. Your job is to be the room. In the room, a small miracle performed itself with no audience. The last star outside held its point, then softened, then surrendered the sky without anyone having to argue that it should. The candle, having worked all night to cradle the dark's edge, flickered once, as if checking whether its shift had indeed ended, and then steadied down to a modest flame with no complaints about being second. If you like, thank whatever inside you kept the night's house so you could arrive here. Heart, that sturdy drummer. Lungs, those two quiet bellows. Skin, the wise border that breathes. Even the parts that fuss, because fussing is just one of the ways love keeps watch. The teacher stood, and the hall rose with him, like a field of grass in a kind wind. He turned toward the altar and bowed, not to a statue or to a doctrine, but to the work of tending flame and space. He turned toward the cushions and bowed, not because cotton and buckwheat hulls deserve reverence, but because they do. He turned toward the door and bowed to the day as if it were already here, asking for rice and kindness in equal bowls. Then he faced the people and bowed to them, one by one, though all at once. His eyes said, "Thank you for making a morning with your being." They answered by bowing back, which is how you say, "You're welcome," without words, when there are tatami and breath and a candle that still has something to do. He pinched the wick between damp fingertips, and the flame obeyed, not as a scolded thing, but as a worker glad for the precise moment between tasks. A trail of smoke curled up, spelled nothing in particular, and drifted toward the open door where dawn was now official. The hall, far from being darker, seemed clearer for the candle's rest. If you like, let a small flame go out inside, the one that works too hard to keep you awake. Pinch it lightly with the last of your attention. Watch a thread of thought smoke rise and fade. See how the room isn't emptier, it's quieter. They filed outside. The garden had acquired its daytime colours while no one was watching. The moss wore its honest green. The stones showed their biographies. A spider had finished repairs and sat like a comma between sentences, satisfied that the grammar of the morning made sense again. A bird bathed in the basin with practical splashes that watered the stepping stones. Somewhere beyond the wall, a baker's first loaves spoke in crust language. And someone laughed once at something small that was exactly enough to deserve it. The teacher paused under the eaves, palms together without push. He bowed toward the east, toward the west, toward the roof beam that had held all these breaths without asking to be thanked, toward the ground for taking each step without sending a bill. "Thank you," he said, first to the dark that had carried them here, then to the light that would carry them farther. If you like, make a simple bow where you are, inside or out, eyes open or nearly closed. It can be invisible to anyone else. Let the head dip a degree. Let the neck lengthen. Let the heart acknowledge something that requires nothing back. Breakfast waited somewhere. Rice porridge steaming with the honest smell of morning. Pickles bright as small opinions. Tea that remembered rain. But there was no hurry, and that was the actual meal. The novices slipped away to put the bowls in their places. The hall held its after silence the way the ocean holds the last edge of a wave. Shiny, receding, clean. The teacher turned to go. Before he did, he placed his palm against the cedar post just once, a gesture without witness, a conversation between hand and wood that had more to do with gratitude than philosophy. The post, having been thanked, continued being a post with a little more joy. He walked the length of the veranda, looking in on the empty cushions. They looked back in their cushion way, undemanding, prepared, exactly as soft as promised. He smiled at the thought that dozens of mornings had begun here, with nothing more than breath moving across a floor and people remembering that it is enough. If you like, imagine your bed as that cushion now. Let it remember you. Let it be enough. You have made a hall out of a room and a morning out of a breath. Inside the minds of those who had sat, the day arranged itself differently than it would have. A merchant would count coins later with less clutching in the fingers. A mother would hear a child spill as water on wood, not as catastrophe. A farmer would notice the cloud's intent without scolding the sky. A monk would forget to be serious just long enough to be kind. The teacher knew none of this specifically, but he knew the shape of such ripples and trusted the pond. The courtyard, now fully itself, held a last blue shadow in the corner that would vanish when someone carried out a broom. The teacher considered the broom and let the consideration pass like a cloud. There would be time for sweeping. There was always time for sweeping. What mattered had already been done, and what mattered was also nothing that could be pointed to. The invisible restringing of 1,000 little instruments inside 1,000 small orchestras, each ready to play a less anxious day. Back inside, a single cushion remained slightly crooked, as if it had shifted during a deep exhale and not been called back to attention. He walked over, lifted it, and let it fall in place. The soft thump was the perfect period to a sentence the room had been writing all night. If you like, let your next exhale be that period, not a slam. A gentle, certain closing of a thought so the next line can begin clean. Feel the bed under you like a page that already forgives ink. The teacher stood still long enough to be sure that he was not waiting for anything else. He bowed to the empty room in the way you bow to a friend who never pretends to be someone else. Then he turned and stepped through the doorway into the day, which greeted him with a small breeze that smelled like pine and bread, and yes. Behind him, the zendo kept doing its sacred, ordinary work, holding space, teaching by not insisting, keeping the memory of dawn for anyone who might need to borrow it later. In front of him, the morning opened like a fan, each rib a simple thing to be done without hurry. He felt the quiet inside walk with him, not as a special state, but as an unremarkable companion, like a sleeve. And you here, with your breath moving in the dark or in a light of your own, can keep this dawn without waking. In, night thins a little more. Out, room widens. In, a candle leans. Out, the wick rests, and smoke writes a soft letter to the air. Let the small bells in the body finish ringing. Let the porch between breaths be visited and revisited until it becomes the front step of home. When sleep arrives, as it likes to, when not recruited, it will enter the hall you have made inside. It will bow to the cushion, to the floor, to the door, to the world that will wait. It will blow out the last anxious flame with two gentle fingers. It will sit beside you, shoulder to shoulder, and watch the first pale light appear in a window only dreams can see. And then it will lead you, without words, into the long, effortless morning that happens behind closed eyes. The one where the day is already grateful for you, even while you rest.